Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another episode of the weekly comic wrap up. We have a new face on. Now, he's been here before, I want to say 2 weeks ago, but we didn't actually get a chance to actually see him. And so tonight we see his beautiful face, and
Yeah,
he will
so
be
kind.
drawing. He will
People
also
will
be
expect better. I think.
no. Well, maybe your artwork will speak
There you
for
go.
Yeah,
itself,
maybe
and
it's better. Maybe it's
maybe
better.
better. But he will also be illustrating for us tonight, which is the second
Yeah,
screen down there for us that we can see. And Aurelio, do you know what you will be drawing tonight? Is it a
yeah.
surprise?
Uh, I'll talk about during the when I start to draw.
Oh, perfect,
Fair
perfect.
enough.
We also have Dolan, aka Drew from Comics Elite, and it's a big week for you and Aurelio, considering that you guys have hit your funding
Yeah,
goal. We need the celebratory air horn "Pwah, pwah, pwah, pwah," to celebrate, because you guys still have almost 3 quarters of the month to go before this thing closes out. And Drew, I think you were saying there is a milestone that you do want to hit. And can you tell us what will happen once you guys hit that?
Yeah, if you go into the rewards tab, you can see there's a milestone in there that I personally want to hit. I want to hit the $9,000 goal, $9,000 goal.
Hmm.
Why $9,000 goal? That's when we can start working on issue 2, because that's where I really am anxious to get started on issue 2, because now we have Aaron Sparrow on board to help edit the series and help me help us, guide it along the way that we want it to go, and help produce a quality comic story wise. So yeah, I'm very anxious to get started on issue 2, but we can't really. We would like to get it started as soon as we can. And you guys watching right now, if you haven't backed us yet, you can be able to help us get there by getting us to $9,000 and just spreading the word about this. I mean, the best way for this book to succeed is word of mouth at this point. We've done everything possible in our power to spread the word about this, and really, it's viewers like you and your friends, just spreading the word to all of them, spreading it to the shops, different channels, that hey, back on Holy Nightmare, you're not gonna regret this.
Yeah, absolutely. Spread the word, spread your cheeks, spread it all. Whatever you can spread for this for this campaign, do it. Because yeah, like stuff like this is what we have been asking for. This type of indie book, this type of campaign, these type of creators. This is what we want. Guys who are actually that are very passionate about the hobby, and produce some good work. So I'm looking forward to it. I know Aaron is definitely looking forward to it, because he wants to help you guys out with this second issue. And so yeah, but I have no doubt that you guys will not only get to 9, but maybe even 10K.
That'd be
So we'll
amazing.
see. Yeah. And Drew, you were just actually on EVS's stream the other night with Graham Nolan, Aaron Lopresti. Like, these are big name dudes. So this is no mere. It's a kind of one-off campaign. You are in the midst of greatness, my friend.
It was the weirdest thing, because all of them were telling me just how much they loved what they saw from the panels. They loved the pencil. They loved what Aurelio's doing. They loved the layouts. They loved the breaking the borders. They loved they loved the action. They
Mhm.
loved just how action packed and kinetic it was. And that just goes to show you just how good of a storyteller art wise Aurelio is. And
Yeah.
this would not be the success it is right now without him.
Speaking of which, we've got MG in the chat, and he says future owner of some Aurelio original art. So
Wow.
there you
Oh,
go.
Thank you so much.
Nice.
I'm
Very,
honored. Thank you.
very
Thank
nice,
you so
MG.
much.
Yeah. That is awesome, dude. You are not going to regret it, and it'll be nice to. Well, actually, do this, MG, if you want, because I think you've sent me some of your Spawn original art from Puppeteer Lee. Whenever you get Aurelio's art, make sure to take a picture and send it so we can post it, because that would be awesome. That would be super cool. We also have Rudy in the house. He says 10K all the way, baby. Yeah, thank
let's
you,
get
Rudy.
there.
Yeah. Wolverine #1 fan says, "I'm sure it's better than anything the big two are releasing after this week."
Better than Marvel.
Better, yeah. I can definitely say, yeah, it's better than a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Fear Monarch says, "Oh damn, is this the exclusive stream with hand action?" Yeah, you were gonna get some artwork done for you, my man.
You've got some hand.
Hey, you've got hand. You're gonna need it. Yes, fantastic. Thank you, MG. Sounds great. And then we also have Rudy was actually first here, so thank you, sir. And thank you as well for the salute and the celebratory birthday cakes. If you guys didn't know, it is the Marine Corps birthday today, and then tomorrow is actually Veterans Day. So if you guys are out there and you see a fellow Marine like myself, make sure to wish that devil dog, that leatherneck, a happy birthday. Tell him to eat some crayons and go get drunk. And then tomorrow we can honor all veterans, Air Force, Navy, Army, Coast Guard. What does Coast Guard? Are they in there? We'll count them in
somewhere. I only ever met 2 people in the Coast Guard. My 8 years in the Air Force.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. That tracks, I guess. Yeah. So, but yeah. So if you guys are out there, definitely wish the Marines a happy birthday, because this is our 248th, and I cannot wait till 250. It's gonna be wild. It is gonna be way too fun. So I'm looking forward to it. We also have Lane Kramer. He says, "Evening to all, man. I was looking. Does it look like the big two and everyone is like dumping practically every comic next week?" We will have to most likely check that out. Have you guys looked at the comics next week?
We just got our boxes in. We got our stuff for Penguin and Lunar. So I saw some G.I. Joe and some Geiger on the shipping invoice. So I'll be cracking those open when I'm done here.
Interesting. We also have the beautiful, the lovely, the one and only Kara creates, Carolyn, and she says, "Sup, nerds." What's up, Kara? Thank you for being here.
Check out the campaigns. I mean, I'm curious what you think, because you've been very successful now with
Eric
July. Yeah, I was going to say, should I say Young Ripa, Eric July. Yeah, check out the campaign. I wonder what you think. Your honest opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys can find the campaign link in the chat if you guys are interested in Drew and Aurelio's Unholy Nightmare, which is fully funded at this point. But don't stop there. As Captain Marvel would say, higher, further, faster, right? So, I mean, Kyle, you have that over your bedpost. I mean, that's kind of etched into your...
I have it tattooed.
that too.
You got higher, further, faster, the tramp stamp.
Yeah.
It's right above your Jim Lee Batman on your back. Yeah.
Yep. Never forget.
So every time your wife pegs you, she can read higher, further,
faster. It was her idea, and I was like, "That's brilliant. Why didn't I think of that?"
I mean, you read. It's only the natural conclusion. You read the new Punisher Marvel book, and you instantly go, "I think I should get pegged and get a higher, further, faster tattoo." I think that sounds right.
That was some little messaging or something going on in there. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yep.
So we also have the art right. So glad to see Aurelio back. And
thank you. Thank you so much.
We also have who was it? Raphael Ponce. What's up, dude? And Duck Bacon. He says, "Hail panel, hail MVP and chat. Hail to you, sir."
Hail to thee.
But yeah, enjoy your dinner, Kara. Thank you for being here. And then we have already haven't even gotten 10 minutes into the stream, and we have got a super chat for $2 from your Barmy. And he says, for the Emperor, brother. Thank you for your undying loyalty and trust and faith towards the Emperor. It goes a long way. I guarantee it. And that $2 will go towards the goal of purging chaos and heretics and aliens throughout the cosmos. So thank you, sir.
Is Star Wars thing? Is that Emperor Palpatine?
Somehow Emperor Palpatine returned.
Yeah. Okay.
Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I don't know.
It's it's like it's like Captain Picard or something. He said one time, "I'll be back," and I think that was really when he became like the White Wizard in the franchise, and that was
Oh,
really
in
like
Battlestar
that was
Galactica, when he said that in episode 5.
that's what it was.
That's right.
Yeah.
I remember it.
So
Yes.
it's
Yeah,
coming.
Yeah, and Darth Vader was fighting him on planet Vulcan. Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. It's coming back now. I remember.
Don't
We
call
are
it
we are in fact nerds, right? So but before we get into the reviews for tonight, Aurelio, feel free to
Yeah.
sketch anytime or feel free to draw.
Yeah. I start.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to as we kind of talk about the some of the artwork that we have. Kyle, I'll let you go first this week because you dropped a bomb on us that you kind of threw in the corner. I think I see that. It's so ugly. Takes
Oh,
up so much room right there. Yeah.
I had to put it as far away from Jim Lee as possible, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I almost was just gonna keep it on the floor here for as long as I could.
Your wife comes in and she's like, "Is it like meant to be there?" And
Get out of my room! Shut up!
gosh, mom,
I'm doing a thing.
I'm trying to play. I'm trying to like do a thing here. All right, it's a bit.
Yeah, you wouldn't understand.
Stop messing with
Yeah.
the vacuum cleaner. All right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I got one thing.
Yeah.
It's not a big thing. I mean, it's $150 though. I'm surprised how
hey,
expensive
oh my
this is.
gosh.
But this is a series I've never read, so I was able to get the Compendium 1 to Invincible.
Ooh,
Wow.
very
The
nice.
new
Yeah.
2023, I think, is when these came out. So
Yeah.
this first
My
Compendium
Bible.
was like $150. This thing is not cheap.
Oof. No, it is
Now,
not.
Compendium 2 is like $50. I don't know. So, I mean, it's nice. It's really nice. I'm excited to get into this because I've never read it. So, I know season 2 just dropped. I thought episode 1 was good. Episode 2, not so good. I'm about halfway through, and I'm like, and here we go.
Oh. You're like $150 in at this point. I don't know.
I know. I'm just episode 1 solid. I showed Drew the one scene that I'm just like, they had to put it in there. But this next episode, I'm just like, you're already starting with the race
His
stuff,
his girlfriend?
Yeah, and I'm just like, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Every white guy is a fucking asshole in that show.
Oh no, yeah. And even even I forget who it was. Maybe I think it was actually Gary who was talking about it. And a lot of people who probably watch us probably watch Gary, or vice versa. People who watch Gary might come over and watch us. So you probably already know he's well aware, like he's been covering this stuff for years at this point, right? But even he said he loved the Invincible comic books, and even the show he thought had some intersectionalism in there. So it was very much like, it was one of those things where it's like you had to do it. It's just what Amazon has to do, or what these producers kind of have to feel like they're obligated to do now.
Yeah, but it's like really bad though. It's like I don't know how Adam Eve's parents are in the story, but in the Amazon show, of course, because they're white, they are off. Like the dad is the biggest piece of shit on the fucking planet, and that's after Omni-Man holds his son in front of a subway car and he kills hundreds of people. This guy's a bigger asshole than that. So,
oh my god,
I can't get over the writing. I'm just like,
yeah, no, of course, that's brutal. I'm sorry to hear that, but hopefully it gets better.
I hope so.
Or hopefully, like the story just kind of transcends that stuff. Because I have seen like even comics that have done this, where like I read it and it's like, oh, this is such a tired trope, but the story overshadows that at the end, and it's just like, you know what? It's such a good story. I can excuse all the other BS, right? So
yeah, and I assume that when this was written, it's not going to have a lot of that in it. So
sure. And if it does, it's probably so subtle that it's like
it doesn't. Because remember, these comics were written well over. It's 2023. These were written 23 years ago, if not earlier. So a lot of that stuff is not going to exist, if any. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, I will go ahead and show off now. This is kind of fun because I noticed that there's a theme for this week's show and tell, at least for me. But this one is just kind of random that I had to pick up because I'm an art snob. You guys know me. I am obsessed with covers and beautiful artwork. And this was a Dark Horse comic published back in '89 or '90, and it's called Cheval Noir, and it was just a compendium of French and Italian artists and story or writers who they made an American version of it, so they changed the language and everything. But this is by Dave Stevens. This cover is by Dave Stevens. It was actually 1989, and it's a tough book to find because of this cover, but I mean, this is just unreal.
Oh,
it's beautiful.
The colors just are gorgeous on this thing. She looks incredible. And I almost I wonder if I should do that because I got to cover, I got to cover the good parts. But yeah, I mean, it looks like one of those classic like golden age female, like beautiful, one of those types of covers. But issue 1, issue 7, and I think the last issue of this Cheval Noir series are very highly sought after because of those Dave Stevens covers. But
those two colors are very interesting. You don't really see those two colors on a cover.
Right, it's like a sky blue and like a peach or pink.
Yeah.
It
draws my eye immediately. Like that is I am focused on that.
It reminds me of the colors that the Denver Broncos used to have before their new jerseys in like '97, like the old like orange crush and the light blue they had.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see if I can focus on that bad boy.
Yeah.
Damn.
He knew how to do the pinups. He was amazing.
Oof. Yes, thank you. Pinup. That's the word I was looking for. So, but we will see many beautiful women in this show and tell. But before we get to more beautiful women, here's the kind of theme. The first ones I have are Christmas themed. So I wanted to make a couple videos on Christmas comics. So this one is actually written by Mark Miller. This was 1996.
Oh,
Legends of the Dark Knight. And the story is titled Favorite Things. So I'm looking forward to reading this one. But hey, who knew that Mark Miller wrote a Christmas Batman story?
Tom King, but not close. Almost.
Almost there.
Yeah.
And then this is Brave and the Bold with Batman and Huntress for another Christmas special. So that'll be really cool to go over on the channel.
It's his last Christmas. Dang.
Say again?
It's his last Christmas.
Yeah, which is surprising because if it's his last Christmas, then how did he have another Christmas? Later,
I think that's a pre-crisis issue too. I think that's when Huntress is still his daughter. I think
so. I'll let you guys know once I read these because I'm stoked to get into this. Another excellent Hellboy Christmas special.
Is that Hellboy as Scrooge?
I don't know, but he's talking to a knight in shining armor, which is kind of cool.
That's interesting.
But I found this bad boy. Cool cover, right? Great. I wish I bought this and the scans for it were like a pretty bright white, but when I received it, it's got plenty of color rub, so the white is more of a beige. It looks okay on camera.
That's weird.
It looks good on camera right now, but like along the spine and along here, there's a ton of color rub, so it's like, well, maybe it adds to it. And then this one I was getting a chance to read this one a little bit last night. This is the Marvel Holiday Special, issue number 1, Art Adams cover. This is another anthology book. But holy crap, man, there's some massive names in this.
Yeah. I had that when I was a kid. I remember reading that a lot.
Yeah, it's fun. It's super cool. It's a lot of fun. So not only do we have the holiday specials, but the next theme, I guess you could say, is all Art Adams stuff. So classic X-Men issue number 3. This
Ooh.
storm is just like stunning.
Oh yeah.
But this was the 25th anniversary or something like that, or 50th anniversary. I forget which anniversary. Yeah, 25. But yeah, stunning storm cover. Marvel Age Annual, another beautiful Art Adams. This is he was just the master of poster like covers.
Yeah, he was.
Everyone revered the guy. All the creators, it's amazing. All the creators in the 80s and 90s, they all looked up to Art Adams. He was the guy that they were all trying to be as good as.
And then I tried 3 different comic shops and wasn't able to find it, so I had to order it online. But New Mutants issue number 39, that slay queen. She can slay me, queen, any day of the week.
Absolutely.
But yeah, this Art Adams, Emma Frost, right? Is just killer, man. I mean, there's and I like how the Hellions is spray painted over the New Mutants. So great, beautiful cover. And actually, this came in the mail, and I had no idea that this was coming this week. But if you guys didn't back the Art of Art Adams graphic novel or artist showcase, this may be some of the best $60 I've ever spent. This is a framed sketch of his that he signed. Oh, over here.
Oh.
Of one of his original characters, who's, of course, gorgeous. She got cake in all the right places. But yeah, all of his stuff. It came with 4 of these in total. 4 of like his original characters. And then, the hardcover. Like I said, best $60 I've spent in a while, but it's got everything of his. I mean,
is that the Kickstarter?
Yes, yeah, this was the Kickstarter campaign. So we're talking like fun, DC stuff with like Batman and Superman. We get a ton of Marvels, like every one of his Marvel covers, like Mohawk Storm and all this awesome, really, really great artwork. All of it is in black and white. Here's his like famous Wolverine stuff where he always draws kind of Wolverine in this kind of running pose, and he talks about that. But underneath each one of these pieces of art is kind of a little blurb by him about what the artwork means, or what it was intention was, or how he got started, writing or drawing it, or something like that. So that is the entire book, is just all his art, all his covers, everything that he's done, and then what it means to him. Like there's a illustration back here that's like gorgeous. And I read one of the things that he had put down, and it was like, he was like, I honestly don't remember drawing this one, but it's got dinosaurs in it, so it's cool, or something like that. He was huge into drawing dinosaurs and women. That was like what, a big thing for him was, and he was very good at it. But yeah, man, this was just absolutely gorgeous. I can't stop looking through it. Pencils and inks. So he has some that are straight pencils, some that are
hold on a second. He did that Authority cover?
Yeah.
I did not know that was him.
Yeah.
Wow.
Authority 29.
Who inked it? Maybe somebody inked over him and you couldn't tell it was him.
Yeah, that probably was it.
Maybe. But he says, I think I like the idea of this cover better than the way it came out. The heads are a little too big. I was looking at a lot of Frank Quietly pencils from the previous issues, so that probably had something to do with my style here. But he's like, yeah, he's super critical of himself, and I'm looking at this stuff like, God, this is amazing, right? So I couldn't be more pleased with this purchase. I mean, look at this. Okay, Red Sonja on this page, and then you've got Witchblade, Vampirella, and Magdalena on the next
Wow.
page. Beautiful.
There's a lot of open space there at the top. I don't know if you noticed that. It's like half the cover is empty space.
I think it's probably for the title of the comic, right?
How long is that title?
Yeah, I guess that's true. He said, I actually kind of like this piece. It's one of my favorite drawings of Vampirella.
No hubris at all.
So, but yeah, no, like I said, couldn't be happier with the purchase. I guess this was definitely an Art Adams night. I guess you could say that, because I didn't realize, like I said, that this was coming so soon. So I was thankful that I got it in the mail. I got all these other Art Adams covers because it worked out perfectly. So yeah, so that's a pretty dang good showcase there. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it.
That was nice.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. We have a celebrity in the stream. Memology 101.
Hey.
Hail to you, my friend. What's up, dude? Good to see you, and thank you for being here. Yes, some beautiful comics here. I'm very, very thankful. I took a lot of Jim Lee stuff down so I could put up some better comics. And
That's weird. You still have a lot of Jim Lee up, though. That's weird.
Just a few. Just
he's so good. You can even take it down. You still have some. How good he is. He's always there.
See how they're in the corner, though? They're covered up by all the statues.
But it pops perfectly. I mean, that Captain America, you can just see it. Boom.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Meme, great to see you, dude, and hope you are doing well. Love your stuff, by the way. Love your videos. We also have Vincenzo Randazzo, at the moment Aurelio, and one of the best comic book artists. Really great stuff. Nice.
It's one of my students.
Oh, great. Oh, nice.
Thank you.
Awesome.
He's getting it.
Round nose.
He's a very
Vincenzo,
very-
I agree, though. I agree.
Thank you. Now Vincenzo is the second grade students of comic school where I teach in Palermo. He's a very, very, very good artist. He's at the beginning of his way, but he loved the American comic book. And when I have seen his stuff for the first time, I immediately recognize his kind of reading. So every time is good, because I think we will see around him very soon. So
I can't wait. Well, he's being taught by a legend, so that's good.
Yeah, it's great. There's a
fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Vincenzo. And let's see. We also got Zax. What's up, Zax? Good to see you, brother. I hope you're feeling better, by the way. Fear says he had the Jim Lee up because you have to start somewhere before you can get to the good stuff and develop taste.
And then keep the Jim Lee up, because it's like, game recognizes game. It's still
no,
good.
you know, humble beginnings. You recognize, like, okay, like when I first get into comics, I see Jim Lee and I'm like, wow, this is great. And you recognize that's where you start, but you immediately know that you graduate from there. And you go into that.
Lead to Jim Lee. You're gonna come on right back. You're gonna come right back in. It's gonna be like, yep, that's what I thought.
Too funny. And hey, look at this meme. Thank you, man. This is too kind. Seriously, too kind. He says for 150 Honduran pesos. I was like, $150? No. Wait a second.
What is that, like $2.50? What is that?
Something like I think that's the ratio, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
He says, I'm in class in college, but saw the stream on Twitter and saw the book you bought. Had to drop by, sending Honduran pesos. Well, enjoy your class. And dude, thank you so much for the super chat. That is very kind of you. Like I said, man, I love your work, love your channel. Keep doing what you're doing, because it's hilarious and it's badass, man. So, and hopefully we can see you on FNT one of these nights soon again. So, all right, you gentlemen ready to get into the comic books for this week?
Oh, let's do it. I've been
No.
chomping at the bit since last week.
Yeah. Okay, meme says it's like $6. Okay, so that's fair. Thank you, meme. Appreciate it. Yeah, well, let's see if we can pull some of these up. So, oh man, of course, Batman is number one right now.
Good book.
I feel like, oof.
You're not gonna bait me, Kyle. You're not gonna bait me. It's not gonna happen.
hail to you, Zax, as well. So yeah, this was this week's comics for November 8th, 2023. It's weird because there's like there are one or two that stand out amongst the rest, but the rest of these are just really, I mean, they're atrocious. There were times where I had to physically put the comic book down or like walk away from my desk and just be like, all right, I need to go for a walk. It's like this is giving me a headache.
I'll say out of those 12 right there, 3 I could recommend. Only
you could recommend. Interesting. Okay.
3. Yeah.
I could recommend 2. I could recommend 2. Yeah. But I mean, and Batman is one of them, right?
Oh, how could it not be?
That's my top pick of the week.
Meme says, do you share your projects on Twitter? I would love to share them, all of your guys' projects. Well, if you want, I just have my YouTube channel, but if you want an actual comic project, check out Unholy Nightmare from Dolan, Drew, and Aurelio, because they just released this on Kickstarter and have already hit their funding goal. So I would highly recommend this. Meme. He says, creator-owned projects are the future. Hail. Marvel and DC are not paying much to several artists, writers, according to sources.
Yeah, memeology. Yeah, meme. Mr. Memeology. Not sure that we prefer to be called meme. Just take a look at the project, flip through it, watch the trailer, and I want you to tell me after you look through this that these pages, this story is how this couldn't possibly be better than DC or Marvel. Please try to convince me how this project isn't better than DC or Marvel right now. I guarantee you. You see these interior pages, you're going to be like, this is what they should be doing right now.
Yeah, no, I agree. So, meme, I would highly check out that. I would also, if you watch some of our previous streams, you can also see some creator-owned stuff that we have shared, like Lords of LA, issue number 2, which is coming out. There's also Here Comes Calico, which is from HH Comics, Sigma Comics, HH over at Sigma Comics. Sorry, I had to get that right. But yeah, no worries, brother. Enjoy your class, my man. Enjoy your class. Get your learning done. Get all that good learning.
Get smarter.
Get smarter. Get harder.
Yeah.
I'm getting harder for these books just thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about Batman. The fact that this is a 92 is
bullshit.
Yeah, it just speaks to the state of who's reading this. But I will say, the first thing I will say is the first 2 pages are great. After that, it goes way downhill. You didn't like the first 2 pages?
I love this whole book. I don't understand the issue.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Batman book. What else do you want? Joker, Batman.
You know, it just the problem is it felt like Joker just the Joker just came out of nowhere in this. Like, why are we suddenly focusing on Joker? I don't. Why is he suddenly hunting him down?
Awesome.
He was pretty much a non-factor out of the last 15 issues he's written. It's like you're just now talking about hunting down the Joker. I'm like, okay, sure.
Hell yeah.
We do see him play detective, which is cute, but there's a radical jump to conclusion. He busts out the jump to conclusion map when he sees like it's a map. He's pointing me in this direction. I'm like, how the hell did you get a map out of that? I don't understand.
Yeah, it was some Batman 66 level of logic jumping. It's like, what?
Yes, yeah. Sparrow with machine gun. Yeah. But
I think my biggest thing for this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Drew.
No, go ahead. Sorry. Nothing left.
No, but no, I think you bring up a lot of good points and a lot of questions there. But I think, like, for me, it's kind of like, why should, tell me, the book needs to tell me why I should care about this. What is it about this book that should get me invested? And right now, everything about Batman is not Batman. So he's like, so let's count the things, right? He doesn't have Alfred anymore. He's not connected to the Bat Network. He doesn't have any of his money. He has his suit. Okay. He doesn't have any of his family.
Lost his hand.
He's lost his hand. He has no hand, and you're gonna need it. Like, what else how could you possibly deconstruct with this character and yet still call him Batman? Because at this point, he's just Batman in costume only.
He's Rorschach. He's Rorschach at this point.
Yeah. And I don't understand what is Chip Zdarsky trying to do here? How, like I said, if he's lost everything and you've deconstructed the character down to basically just a guy in a suit, what makes him unique? What makes him still Batman? And so that's why I don't really understand this storyline of this book.
His mask has ears.
Oh my god. See, he has the bat symbol though. Yeah.
No, but you're right. Like you said, they've literally taken everything away from him that makes him Batman, except for his bat ears on his cowl. Yeah. And he's Batman effectively in name only. And like I said, it goes back to Chip Zdarsky and James Tynion and just the problems they have with characters like Batman and just concepts like a rich character, and they're just taking away all that because they don't like money. They're just anti-capitalist, and it's like, okay, you're pretty much showing your hand here, and both of them really showed their hand with what they've done to the character, and it's just done irreparable damage to Bruce Wayne and Batman. And Chip needs to get off this book as soon as possible. We need to bring in someone, a legacy creator like Mark Miller, to come in and just reestablish everything. Bring back his hand, bring back Alfred, bring back the mansion, bring back his billions, put Lucius Fox in jail for embezzlement. Just things need to be fixed. Of course, needs to be corrected.
Wow, you want to lock up another black man for
embezzlement, which is illegal.
It's a victimless crime. Jesus.
He's taking it for. Never mind. I was gonna say something bad. It's like when. Okay, oh man, I'm catching myself here. I'll put it in the private chat. But Duck Bacon says I'm a Jimenez junkie, and that's the only reason to pick this up. I will say, Duck Bacon, the first or the second page where you get a full display of Batman in the alley, like while it's raining. I got to tell you, that imagery, that is what this Batman book needs to be, and it's just not, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's ruined by a bunch of letters. It kind of ruined it. Yes. But there were some interesting things in here, like. There were some good, like when he first walks in and you see the guy strung up in the shape of a bat, like, and it's a crime scene. It's like there were scenes that in a different book they would work, and it's like this would be really cool. And the creepy house with all the dolls, it's like someone just watched Dead Silence and it's like put that in there. Like there are things that could come off in another Batman book as something that's really cool. And granted, they still look great, but it just didn't hit the same way I think they wanted it to. So it just came off as weird. And then when Batman grabs that fake baby out of the guy, it's like he's holding it like it's a real baby. And I'm like,
I think it's to symbolize that Bruce is losing his mind, because as we learn later on in this book, we get the Zur and Oz, and because that shows you just the character symbolized with Bruce Wayne is like him losing his mind, effectively, different personalities. So I think we're seeing Bruce go crazy right now.
Yeah, it was just like, why are you holding it like a real? And then I'm like, wait, is that a real baby in there? Like, what the hell happened? Like, no, it was just weirdly drawn like that. So,
yeah, no, you're right. I think there are like little concepts that could potentially lead to something cool in a different book, or maybe with a different writer introducing these concepts into the Bat verse, But still, even with those cool concepts, even with Joker, even with these different things, it's like it's still not Batman. Which there's another book that we're going to talk about later this week that was even more shit than this, and it's the same problem of we don't care about this character if he doesn't have his core values intact, or if it's just not the character at all. So, but yeah, that at least that's my big reasoning behind this.
Oh,
would
Derby,
you guys-
he did not. No, his hand is not back. His
it's a
hand is
metal
still.
hand.
What's that?
Yeah, he's got a metal hand. Yeah,
it's a metal hand. Yeah, because
he
he got
can
the
kill
metal
anybody
hand
by
in that,
punching them. Yeah.
in that special double oversized issue. Yeah,
You got like a pirate hook, you know?
yeah. He's like
Got
Aquaman with 9
shoehorn hands.
Yeah,
Get a shoehorn.
Shoehorn hands. Oh god. Anyway, besides not having hand, are we going to give this a recommend, meh, or skip it?
skip it for
It's
now.
a meh for me. Art's good.
Ooh, wow. Kyle being the outlier tonight, giving it a meh, huh? All right. You're being more generous. I think I'm going to skip it. Maybe just because I read a lot of other crap this week that I'm like, nah, I just can't do it. But yeah, I think we're going to skip this one.
Come on, everybody, skip it!
I want to give a huge shout out to the man, Fear Monarch. He has just become a YouTube member. Hail to you, sir. Thank you so much. Enjoy your membership to Max's Man Cave, the MVP channel here, and the weekly comment. All my good stuff. Hope you enjoy, my friend. Lots of really cool stuff behind the scenes that you get to see as a member, so I appreciate it. And yes, I agree with this, Gilmer. It does suck that Jimenez keeps kind of getting dragged down by anchors that seem like same thing with all the artists with Tom King, right? They get dragged down by lesser talent.
Clayman, example. Clayman is the one artist right now I feel so bad for, just wasted on these shit stories, and no one's going to want to remember the stories. They're going to look at the art, absolutely, but the stories, God, this did much more damage than good.
Yeah. We have Fiend Machine. He says Chip couldn't help but shove his rich guy hate even in his Daredevil run. Yeah, you're right. And that's kind of why it doesn't work, because like if you believe that Batman being rich is inherently bad to the character, you don't understand Batman, because he's utilizing that money for his crime fighting. Like he's taking the money. Never mind. And you can't change these people's minds. You're never going to be able to introduce like why the core of that character trait matters.
Money's bad unless I have it. Then it's okay. It's like, oh.
But remember the Tom Taylor approach. Just donate all your billions of dollars, and they'll fix the whole problem. They'll fix all the problems.
Right.
Apparently.
And even in the stupid Flash movie, when Batman is in there and he gets the lasso of truth wrapped around him or whatever, and he's like, if I really wanted to help Gotham, I'd give away my money. And it's like, bullshit, you would not. We've also got Derpy. You know I love you, brother, but this ain't it, my man. He says, Drew
right.
Max, you're just haters. Kyle is right. Kyle number one.
Bring it.
What is this? Mutiny. Oh my goodness.
Aurelio,
but,
how's it looking, man? How's your work looking?
Yeah, let's take a look. Ooh.
You recognize him? We are talking about Batman, but I want to make a version more focused on an horror story. It's the Batman from Nosferatu, drawn by the awesome Ted McKeever. I don't know if you remember this Elseworld. Was based on the Murnau's movies Nosferatu, and they made some titles, for example, Superman, Metropolis, Wonder Woman, The Blue Amazon, and Batman Nosferatu. Was inspired by the silence movies like Nosferatu, Metropolis of Fritz Lang, and Dr. Caligari.
Yeah,
This
I do
is
see a lot of the
beautiful,
Max
man.
Shrek. Yeah, Nosferatu in that.
Yes, very much. The fingernails and the
Hunch.
the hunch. Yeah, I was just about to say the arched back or the hunched back. So good, man. I like it a lot. Even down to the ears. You know, those pointy, kind of creepy, sticking out ears. I love that.
Yeah, was it Ted McKeever's make an awesome design, but here I've tried to make my version of the characters, respecting his design. No,
I love that. And like you said, creating something of your own, but still respecting the previous creator. That is awesome, man.
absolutely. And it's Ted McKeever.
Ted McKeever,
Yeah, I really love his stuff. Also, because today I have talked about Ted McKeever to my students. One in particular that is approaching with this kind of art style, no? So I show him Ted McKeever, and we start talking about Elseworld. I really love Elseworld version of Batman. This, for example, the vampire from Crimson Mist from Kelly Jones.
yeah.
I prefer this version best of the classic version of Batman.
I do enjoy that whole series where he like becomes a vampire, but also has to fight Dracula and fight
Yeah.
vampires. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, I love that book. I have having a signature from Kelly Jones that come in Italy in Catania. I have approaching him. He's awesome.
Speaking of, oh yeah, Kelly's great. And speaking of Kelly, he actually has a book out as well that he is trying to get, or well, I think it's been funded, but he has a Dracula book, and that thing is
It's insane.
Some of those illustrations, it's almost like he's getting better with time. It's incredible, man. So I'm looking forward to that as well.
It was so awesome. I have look at him drawing. It's so fast. I really yeah.
This is pretty funny because who was it? Drew and Kyle, I think you guys were talking about imprisoning. Who was it from the Batman series? You were saying you wanted to imprison for embezzlement.
Lucius Fox.
Lucius Fox. Mike Has Bad Knees has something to say about that, and he says embezzlement isn't a typical black crime. We typically do things more street level.
I wasn't gonna say it.
Too funny, Mike. Thanks for your input. Thank you for lecturing us. I appreciate it. You know, it's glad we learn. I'm glad that we learned here on this show. You know,
More you know.
Too funny, but yeah. What's up?
More you know.
The more you know. Agreed, MG. Deadly Duo was amazing, and the hardcover is out. I need to go check that out. I didn't know that it was out already.
And they're releasing a black and white edition soon.
Hell yeah!
Unplugged.
You know,
black and white unplugged.
Yeah, we'll be getting that.
And MG also says Batman is beyond broken. He's shattered and almost non-recognizable, and that's kind of why
he can still be repaired. I'm very confident he can still be fixed. It can be. It just, but if they keep going down this path, it's going to get. They're only making it harder and harder.
I do. I mean, for any Batman thing, any Batman comic, movie, whatever, you can always come back. I mean, look at you had the Batman and Robin movie, and they came back with Dark Knight and Dark Knight Returns and all that stuff. The Nolan films, and so I think someone with a creative vision for the Batman can really come in and change it. But right now, it is Batman in name only, or I mean, even just the suit is just like okay, I guess it's Batman. But
yeah,
Lane Kramer says the Danger Street has been solid, not great, but Kyle, haven't you been reading Danger Street?
No, we tried reading Danger Street. It's a fucking mess.
Oh. Yeah.
It's like 4 different stories going on at the same time, but like I remember the only part of the book I liked was the Creeper.
Yeah,
and
Creeper. It was creepy. The rest of it was like fucking kids walking around like a bunch of assholes. It's just like
and police cop women.
Yeah, like hitting on them. It's like, are you trying to have sex with like a 10-year-old? It was really weird. The tension. There was something there.
That does sound odd.
It seemed a little off, which I don't know what fetishes Tom King's into. A lot, apparently. But
he's into some weird stuff. But we do have Grateful Dog, and he's wondering if we've gone over Punisher. I agree that it was ass, but we have not gone over it yet. But we will talk about it here soon.
You're not a real Punisher fan, and that's okay.
Oh, that's worthy of kicking you off the stream.
This is a Punisher from my generation. All right.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, because your generation is like, you are the guy who like just started reading comic books yesterday, and so now you're like, oh, this is my Punisher.
Hell yeah.
Duck Bacon and Rudy Tag both saying that your illustrations, Aurelio, your art is beautiful. So he says that is badass and that looks amazing. So.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So kind. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Let's see. And I think I've got some super chats here. Yes. Mike says, I'm here to teach you about the culture. Thank you, good sir. Thank you. We have $5 from Lane Kramer. Dude, thank you for the 5, my friend. He says, does it seem like with Batman and Catwoman, heck, MJ and Peter too, they keep them in orbit, quote unquote orbit, to each other, but just as an excuse for no relationships? What do you guys think about that?
Honestly, I think Batman and Catwoman are closer than Peter and MJ right now, because Peter and MJ, they're nothing.
Yeah.
And I mean, any woman that had a relationship with Peter is effectively been friend zoned, turned a lesbian, or now engaged to someone else. It's just like Peter is now turned into I don't know what he's turned into. Just
a simp.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he was cucked by that one guy from the future who had kids with MJ, right?
But they weren't their kids, as it turned out.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Just found randomly, and they're like, "We'll take care of you now." It's like, what?
What? Yeah, that was such an odd storyline.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, they have to do this because they're white males. What else can you do with them?
No, they're straight white males, Kyle.
Straight white males can have strong women, and so strong women aren't in relationships because the women working in these offices aren't in relationships or know what that even means. So
I do find it interesting that whenever it's like a very progressive book, it's like strictly focused on relationships, or it's strictly focused on who is banging who. But then when you get into like more mainstream books like your Batmans and your Supermans, there's very rarely any type of like romantic or talk in those books, at least from what I can see.
Right now, like with Tom King, it was hello, bat. Hello, cat.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, God.
Well, they did a little bit of that in the Gotham War issue. That piece of hunk of junk. There was a little bit of bat and cat in that. So
it's Cat and the Bat. No, it's Bat and the Cat.
It's Bat and Cat. It's Bat Cat. Well, thank you for the $5, Lane. Greatly appreciate it. And that's a great question, man. It really is. We also have Mike Has Bad Knees, who says, can Batman be fixed by any of the writers currently on DC's payroll?
Currently,
what do you guys think?
Maybe Jeremy Adams. I would give it to him. I think Jeremy Adams could.
I'm trying to think who's on DC's payroll right now.
Well, let me flip through the DC Connect right here.
I don't know. Have anybody on their payroll?
Yeah, right.
Here,
even if they are on the payroll, they're getting like $90 a page as opposed to like $1,000.
Yeah.
So
it's not Teen. It's not Tom Taylor. It's not Rom V. It's not maybe Christopher Priest. Maybe. It's not.
He has a very specific, unique writing style.
Mark Waid. I can see Mark Waid fixing this if he
That
wanted
would
to.
help.
That would help. That would help.
Josie Campbell, maybe.
Maybe.
Hey, we have another Hush fan in the house. Look at that.
See, give it to Mark Waid and Jim Lee. Boom, Batman is back, baby.
He's back, baby.
Oh, I got it. Tim Sheridan. There we go. Fixed
We're
it.
saved.
Oh, you're right. What are we saying? Get him off the
What do you
Green
think?
Lantern book and put
Yeah.
Mark Waid on Green Lantern and Tim
There you
Sheridan
go.
on Batman. There you go. That's how you fix Batman.
Time.
But yeah, to answer your question, Mark, or sorry, Mike. Yeah, no, it's tough because I was thinking Mark Waid. I don't really think I can't think of anyone on DC's current payroll that has like an exclusive contract with DC. Because I would say like maybe Daniel Warren Johnson writing, but not illustrating. But I don't know. I don't think he has an exclusive contract with DC, right? So I don't know.
No.
But I think he could still do a very cool Batman-esque story. I said he could be dark. He can be dark. We have another $5 from Jack Halsey. Jack, thank you for the $5, brother. He says, sorry, late to the show. Congrats to Drew and Aurelio on the book funding. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Jack. I appreciate the support. You guys are awesome. Let's get back to some of these comic book reviews. And by the way, if I skip over some of y'all's comments, I apologize.
Seconds, I attack my my iPad to the battery.
Oh, okay. Or you do what you need to do. Yeah.
I'm ready. Yeah.
And then Philip Kennedy Johnson, maybe on Batman.
Well, he's getting ready to leave action for the great Jason Aaron. Yeah, jeez.
Hey, Ron.
Maybe.
Let's see. Yeah, we got some guys saying Mark Waid, Priest is writing Superman Lost. Give it to Jedzia Axelrod. Yeah. Oh gosh. So, but yeah, if I skip over some of your comments, I do apologize, guys. But you guys are on fire tonight. So thank you again for all the support, all the love and support. Now let's get back to the second book that we read this week, which was ASM issue number 37, and that's 65. That is pretty bad. Is it because of what was his name? Rec-Rap, right?
Yeah, it's Parker spelled backwards.
Oh, that's
they're turning him into his Bizarro, and effectively with this character, this comic is almost incomprehensible. I trying to understand it and just trying to get invested in it. I could not get invested in this because I didn't care what was happening to anyone.
It's also really tough when Rec-Rap is saying things like the tuna line where he's like, so the premise of the book is that Rec-Rap is telling the story from his perspective as a comic book ? So like he's in the comic telling the story to Peter as a comic book, and he's wrapped up in this net, and he's like, you know, good thing for me, I'm stronger than 10 tuna fish because this net only can hold 9 tuna fish. I was like, what is this dialogue? And then he gets scared at one point from one of the villains and says, poopers? I couldn't even remotely tell you what happened in this comic. It is very nonsensical. So Kyle, did you love this book?
But Ed McGuinness art is awesome, in my own opinion.
Yes.
Oh, Ed McGuinness is great.
I took it from an art side, of course, because I haven't read the book. So, but
you're not going to be able to read it, Aurelio. You're going to try to understand it, but you won't.
You can't read it.
No. Ed McGuinness is awesome.
His art is great in it. I mean, Ed is still as brilliant as ever, but he's illustrating an incomprehensible story.
No, of course. Just looking at this mutant Beast Spider. Yeah, I haven't seen it. Yeah, I could stay to watch to look at it all the day, honestly.
But you're right. The artwork in this is great. And you know, Rec Rap, as annoying as he is written in the book, he's illustrated really, really like he looks awesome. But that's a testament to Ed McGuinness. What were we gonna say though, Kyle? You tried reading the first part and then
Yeah, no, I got like 4 pages in. I'm like, this book's fucking retarded. It's written by somebody with the highest level of autism or something that I just don't understand how you can do this. You can't comprehend this book. I had to give up immediately. I couldn't finish it. It was pissing me off.
I would say what would have made it work, I think, is if, let's say, one or two ways with this. You get, what do you say, Wreck-It Ralph's version, you get his version of the story, and then you get Peter's version of what's happening. Maybe doing like every 2 pages, you alternate what happens between his point of view and Peter's.
Okay.
Or do like half the comic is Wreck-It Ralph's, and then it turns to Peter's point of view, what happened.
Sure.
Or
Okay.
just kill off this character immediately and be like, okay, and now on with the story.
That could work.
And back to Spider-Man.
Yep.
Yeah. I guess I don't. I think in concept, Rec Rap can be interesting, but how he's written in this particular issue was awful. And so if they were to keep him in the issue, I think that's a good way of solving the problem of like not having him tell the story to Peter as a comic book, but rather the comic book telling the audience the story from the 2 different perspectives. But
it's like I equated this almost to Tom Cullen and Nick Andros in The Stand. It's like you have somebody that is deaf and can't talk, and then you have somebody who is, I think of a better way to say this, she's basically retarded, and it's them trying to figure each other out. It's like that's basically what this is, and it's worse than that.
Yeah, that is actually a very good metaphor. So I hate to say it, but yeah. MG says, "Okay, guys, I have a solution to current comics, though. Remove all the words."
That's a good start.
Interesting. It is a good start, but then you would be left with like the atrocious art for some of these books, and then it really wouldn't make sense. So then it's like, oh boy, I don't know. But that like you said, it's a good start. It's a good start. So overall, I think we can successfully say this was a skip it then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
I will agree, but we do have an outlier on this list this week. Poison Ivy, issue number 16. This was by G. Willow Wilson. I do not believe.
I enjoyed this issue. This was a big step back in the right direction when Kyle and I were reading this, like those first 6 issues. This was the first one. I was like, oh my God, I'm back on board now.
And now this whole series has been written by her, correct?
Correct.
That is so interesting to me because I don't know how she goes from like really great initial start, really bad like middle, and then picks it up with this issue 16. Cal, were you about to say something about this as well?
No, this was great. This was a lot of fun. It was back to, like I brought up The Stand, it was back to that Captain Trips. It's her starting a chain letter that's killing somebody slowly and this guy losing his mind. It's like, that's Poison Ivy. That's what's fun and exciting and interesting and great. Not her dealing with a boss that's sexually harassing their employees. It's like,
or several issues of her banging Harley. I couldn't care less about that.
All it is.
That's right.
Yeah, this was good.
Drew, what about the book did you really like? Because I remember you had messaged us in our group chat and was like, guys, this is going back to basics here. Like you guys need to check this one out. What was it about the book that made you kind of get hooked?
One of two things. One, it was just what Kyle just said. It's back to, no pun intended, the roots of what made this series fun. Just that the world's deadliest chain letter. and you see this one guy like losing his mind because of the virus, and it's Poison Ivy being back to a murderous bitch, you know, and killing the human race. And I love the art in that. I mean, the art has been really solid, but the art in this is great.
Yeah.
It really gets back to the horror. I love the horror in this.
Absolutely, man. I agree with both of you guys. I think the premise for this issue is really cool, and the art fits beautifully, right? This kind of nightmarish dream world, right? This psychedelic type of trip. Super creepy, very psychedelic and unnerving. I kept feeling my neck like during the book when the guy kept scratching at his like virus thing. And I was like, oh God, like that looks so, you know, right? Nasty, nasty. Ivy acts like an actual villain, which is great, because this guy that she is infected is so insignificant to her that she doesn't even remember his name, right? You know, like that type of mentality in a villain is what we want to see from Ivy. I don't know about you guys, but Ivy's wild strain and disease that she inflicts on this guy, though, sounds like a particular virus of unknown origin, potentially. No,
I didn't get. I did not get that. Well, I'll say the reason why is because the effects of this virus in this, you know, just what this thing does. It's right there on the cover. What it does to the human body. It's like if COVID did that, or sorry, if the beer bug did that, or I mean, I can't. People would be having nightmares.
Oh yeah, no, I was laughing because there's obviously no correlation, but this line I wrote this down. It basically says, "Born in a lab, perfected by the overtaxed immune systems of an overworked nation," and I was like, "Born in a lab, eh? Interesting."
So now it's okay to say that? Wait, I thought it wasn't.
Yeah, I was like, wait a second. Yeah. But yeah, the art in this is particularly good. Ivy looks gorgeous and is very well done. But yeah, no, I thought the dream state in this was really great. I think the kind of spore fungus thing, the fact that she's in its dream, that she's also infected, was kind of an interesting concept as well. Yeah, I was very surprised. Now the question is this like a one-off? Can she continue this streak? I don't know. I think I'm gonna give it a meh, but what do you guys think?
I'm gonna give it a recommend.
Wow. All right, Kyle, tiebreaker.
I have to give it a skip it because it's a female character, and I don't like female characters in any books at all, so I can't recommend a book.
Yeah.
I have to give it a recommend.
Wow. Okay.
And you have to recognize game. You have to recognize when DC does something right, regardless of who's writing it, even if it's accidental. And it's like, we don't know at this point who's actually writing this book, but it is good.
Yeah. And Marcio Takara, I think that's how you pronounce that. The guy who's doing the art in this is top notch. He's really doing great stuff. So, especially with this issue. So yeah, you guys have overturned my meh into a recommend. Even though, I mean, Kyle, we all know all of the comments and all of the people who have watched this channel before, they all know that you don't like women in your comics. It's just common knowledge, right?
Yeah. No thanks. I have a wife. I don't need to be reading about it either. Thanks.
She tells you she has shirts at home that say, "Ask me about my feminist agenda." You don't need it in your comics, right?
And I have to every day.
Well, despite Kyle's hatred of females in his comics, we will in fact give this a recommend.
Of our final judge, thumbs up, average.
Nice. Okay, the next one on the list, I know it's kind of early off to get to Transformers here, but this is on the list of comics that we go through every week. This is our next one that we read, and 100%. I mean, now granted, League tends to rate high, right? Anything above a 90 is normally their range. But for this to have a 4.6 average, which means like a 4.5 star for 200 and plus people, with 100% rating on this for an issue 2, that is superb. Like that is uncanny. What did you guys think about Transformers issue number 2? Did you guys think it kept the pace of the first issue? Did you guys enjoy the artwork, the storytelling? Are you enjoying where this book is going to go? What are your initial thoughts?
I'll start. Grant, there's pacing, and pacing is important. And I understand that you can't keep that adrenaline going the high level for several issues. You got to bring it down a little bit. So in this issue, in issue 2, it kind of comes down a little bit because we're introduced to more characters. We're given the backstory of Cybertron, the relationship between the Autobots and Decepticons. It's all reestablished for those who are new to Transformers. And I understand that. It's great. And we got a little sneak peek into some of the pages a few weeks ago. And thankfully, that cringe moment is left at just one page, and it doesn't take over the whole book. And we get to see Starscream be a murderous badass in the book, messing with fighter pilots in the air. And we get I forgot, we got the little tease of a certain character in another property who shows up, who's in the plane with the pilot.
Yes, yeah.
He ejects. I was like, oh, that's awesome. And there's a lot of fun stuff in this. And like I said, Daniel Warren Johnson on the art, it's great. And hey, this cover reflects what happens in the book. How rare is that? We have a cover.
Yes, yeah. I thought, when you get the scene that is actually on the cover in the book happening, it's pretty rare that you tend to notice that, because there is another book of a certain villain that we see in Marvel this week that never happens. No. It's just not in the book. But Kyle, what are your thoughts? I know, like Drew kind of alluded to, we did see a couple panels from a few weeks back, and we were worried, man. We were legitimately, at least I was scared, because I do not want this to turn into that. But what did you think overall after reading it?
Yeah, I was torn, because after I read it, I felt like the high from issue 1 was so high. This came down. This didn't live up to issue 1.
Oh, okay.
But it's really hard to. I mean,
yeah.
Any issue 1, it's like you have to come down from that to keep that pace.
Yeah.
But like that, it's almost impossible. So I was a little let down in that regard, because if I felt it was going a little too slow in the middle.
Okay.
The fight with Starscream and the jets, like that helped. Like that was a lot of fun. And the end panel, I didn't really feel it. Like you're supposed to feel that emotion, but I'm like, the character, I can't spoil, but like, I don't know if we're spoiling it, but like whatever happened to that character, I'm just like, I don't care. Like, I don't know who this character was. I don't really give a shit. So
you ejected? You don't know?
No, not that. The character at the end who dies. It's like when you're doing that character at the end, it's just like, yeah, who gives a shit? I don't care. Like that's supposed to be the big cliffhanger. It's like, so what?
We'll do spoilers here in a few minutes, but I understand what you're saying, because we didn't really get a lot of time with that character who dies, but it will directly impact a main character who we know in the book. So that could potentially have some repercussions, but we'll get to that in just a second. But I mean, I can understand how, well, comparatively to issue 1, when you have Autobots literally performing suplexes on Decepticons, it's kind of hard to keep that pace. Like you said, like it's difficult to keep that. But we have, real quick, I want to say hi to our very own X-Ray Good. Hello. Good to see you, X-Ray. Thank you for being here. Hope you enjoyed FNT tonight. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, so anything else before I speak my thoughts on this bad boy?
No, I mean, Daniel Warren Johnson still kills it on the art. It's still fantastic. I think it's great. He tries in every panel. It's kinetic. It moves, but it's just the pace. It just, I get he's trying to get it to move. You got to tell these heartfelt stories. Like I didn't feel as much as when Optimus is explaining to Spike like what's going on. I just some of it didn't kind of hit the way I think it was supposed to.
Well,
For me,
I think
personally,
it's really it's supposed to come across, Kyle, that the Decepticons are cold. They don't care about life. They don't value life. They don't see how fragile, because you see juxtaposed to Optimus Prime early on, where Optimus sees how fragile human life is with the deer. Then you have Starscream later on with the pilot and everything. It's like, holy shit, these guys don't care at all. They see it as something fun.
Yeah, no, I didn't care. It didn't. The heartfelt with Optimus, it didn't have that impact like I thought it was going to have, or he thinks it's.
Well, I think it's not. If it's not impactful, it's to come across to you that they value life. That's what's important. Optimus, they see how fragile the life is on Earth, and that they value it. Whereas Starscream and Decepticons don't.
Yeah,
I definitely. I mean, I think it's difficult for me to say I understand what you're saying, Kyle, because the heartfelt moment at the beginning of this book actually really did hit me. The moment where Optimus is talking about nature and he runs into the deer, and he and Spike have this conversation about Earth, about the planet that the Autobots come from, and I'm blanking on it now. Cybertron, thank you. That actually really did hit me. I think what most people are going to say about the book is they're going to be like, yeah, it's just a trope. It's, whatever. It's simple writing. It's like simple storytelling. I could see it from a mile away. And yet I miss that. I think I've been so deprived of that for the longest time, that having that simple conversation of family, like when they're just talking about family, I was so invested in these two characters. It reminded me very much of like Iron Giant vibes, right? Where you've got the kid and of course, the Iron Giant, but stuff like that, where I was like, I've missed this for such a long time in my comic books. I really enjoyed that moment, and I really felt like I was part of something bigger with these two characters interacting. So, and that plus that page of Cybertron is beautiful. That original art is going to go for like $5,000. It's beautiful.
That page, yeah, particular,
yeah. So, let's get to spoilers. So, if you guys haven't read the book, or if you guys don't mind being spoiled, I will give you guys a fair warning now. But I guess the big spoiler in this book is that, what's her name? Oh shoot! Let me verify this real quick.
Annoying bitch. Yeah.
Yes, that one. Yes.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, could she be more unlikable? I was very surprised at how unlikable.
She could be more unlikable, but how she talks to Cliff Jumper, it's like, you do realize these are aliens. They've never met anyone that's not a machine, right?
Yeah, and you've never met a talking robot car. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, wouldn't you just be sitting there with your mouth open, just being like, what is life now? Like, my entire everything in my brain has just blown up, and I can't even comprehend what life is anymore. Instead, I'm going to lecture you. Like, what?
There is a moment in this book. Her name's Carly, by the way. So I'm sorry, I've got the book here, so I'm looking through it. But so there's a moment in the book where Carly chastises one of the Autobots because he is surprised. He's kind of unnerved. He's like, who are these people? What is this planet? I don't understand it. And Cliff Jumper is rightfully so very confused. And instead of being sympathetic or empathetic to Cliff Jumper's claims, she berates him and completely makes him condescendingly makes him seem like he is nothing. And she completely tears him down. And she's like, good. Now that that's out of the way, let's try this again. My name's Carly. And he's like, oh, my name's Cliff Jumper. He's so confused. He's like, who are you and why are you talking to me like I'm a child? It was very, very out of context, and I hated that. I mean, that was the worst part of the book by far.
You should have just broke her hand.
He should have just grabbed her.
Oops.
Yeah, my name is Cliff Jumper. Oops, yeah, you fragile humans. I don't recognize that. Yeah.
Know my own strength.
Yeah. And then later in the book, Spike is like, I gotta go save my dad, right? So he runs off with Optimus, and they go do their thing. And instead of Carly saying like, "Hey guys, I wish I could stay with you and help your friends, but I have to go check on my parents. I'll be right back," she says, "I'm not just gonna stand around here while you fix your buddies. I gotta go find my parents," and just fucking goes later, y'all. I am baffled by how they are writing this fucking insufferable character.
And they're just like, no, please don't stop.
Yeah.
Stay.
No, please don't go. Stay. Wait. No.
Don't let us
go.
focus on.
Come back.
Don't let us
Come
focus on the actual cool characters. No.
Yeah.
No. Come back. So, spoilers. Carly goes to find her parents during this kind of war between the Autobots and the Decepticons, and she goes to her house to find Mr. Witwicky, who is all dressed up in his like fucking Vietnam era type, like military uniform. And he grabs her and he's like, "Get in here," because he's thinking they're about to have like a war outside. And we find out that Carly's dad was one of the ones who died, who was killed by Starscream in issue number 1. So I'm already concerned that Carly is an insufferable character. And with her dad passing away, I have a fear that she is now going to become even more angry and unlikable towards the Transformers, because she will now think you are all evil. What do you guys think? Does that seem like a concern, or do you think she's going to be fine after this? It's tough to say, right? Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough. I like to give benefit of the doubt, but we've seen it so many times now.
Yeah.
To where she's just going to be so mean to everybody, especially Spike. You have no idea what it's like to lose a family member. I don't understand. You don't understand. I'm going to do this. It's like, don't listen. It's like, here we go. Or,
And
I don't know.
no, you're right. But the thing is, if she does begin to lecture Spike or any of the Transformers, she has to realize that Spike has lost his mom. So like, okay, talk about loss. Yeah, Spike can talk to it. You want to talk about the Autobots losing their homeworld, losing their friend Bumblebee, another spoiler from issue number 1. Like, Autobots have experienced loss of their family as well. So if she thinks that she is in any place to lecture anyone in this book about loss, it is going to come with a very hard slap across the face. Metaphorically, of course. Metaphorically. From these people saying, "You are not the only one." It's like Rocket Raccoon in the Guardians, where he's like, "We've all had issues. We all suffer. You are not the only one who deals with this," right?
Yep.
So,
I hope.
But one of the bigger questions is going to be so issue 1 did 150,000, and I'm curious to see what the drop in sales is going to be from issues 1 to 2 for this.
ooh, you think there was a drop in sales for 2?
I think we're going to. I think it's. I'm going to guess. I'm going to prognosticate. We're going to hit 50,000 on issue 2. It's going to drop
50,000. Now, are all 100,000 of those copies that didn't get sold variant covers?
Yeah, how many variants are there for issue 2?
I think it's
Probably
only 2 or
half.
3.
Yeah, only 2 or 3. Yeah,
Wow.
Oh no, 4.
4. Okay.
There's a cover B, a 1 in 10, 1 in 25, and 1 in 50.
I mean, in the cover A is the best one.
Oh, by
That's
far.
the best one.
By far and away.
The rest of these suck.
Yeah, this sucks. What?
That's lame.
Oh, I get it, because he's transforming into. Okay, yeah.
That's cute. Now that one panel in this issue of you see Optimus like mid
Mid-transform?
to the
Yeah.
truck. That was awesome. I was
Yes,
like, holy shit,
that is very cool.
That's such
Yeah.
a subtle way to have kinetic movement without having to be so bombastic with it. Like just something simple like that. Like that is so cool.
Yes, that's so cool.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I think it was this one.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah,
So
Now
awesome.
that page is going to go for some money. I guarantee it.
yeah.
$100 sold right now.
I'll give you 100. But yeah, man, no, these pages with the jet, like we get a full-on jet fight, like dogfight in the air with these jets, with Starscream, and you realize how powerful these Transformers are because he literally just backhands this jet, this American fighter jet away, and he's just like, "Bitch." It is astonishing how well Daniel Warren Johnson can draw like military personnel and military equipment.
Yes, and the whole time I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, there's no way this fucking pilot is gonna fight Starscream and get away from. I'm like, this is so dumb. And then when I saw the panel of who it was, I'm like, okay, I buy it now. Perfectly fine.
You're like, now it makes sense.
Okay.
You see the little name patch, and you're like, okay,
Like,
all right.
okay, you got me back. Okay.
But yeah, I know we harped a lot on Carly and her character. I think the only reason why I mention it and why I talk about it a lot is because it's such a large blemish on an otherwise perfect book, at least for me. And that's why I had to mention it, because it's so... The implications of her father dying by the hands of Starscream could mean that it's a huge character moment for her, but how is she going to respond to that in the next issue? And that is what I'm worried about. So, but otherwise, I mean, the action in this is awesome. The first 3 to 4 pages of Optimus and Spike talking about their homeworlds and their family and what that means to them, I felt was super heartwarming, very, very compassionate and understanding. And I love that we get a little bit of a hint at Megatron as well, which is
Yes,
pretty,
we do.
That was great.
pretty awesome. I'm trying to think what else. There was one other thing that I wanted to mention. It seems like I said earlier, I think there are going to be people who say the comic is maybe a little tropey, or maybe it's a little like you can see what's coming, or the script isn't super intellectual. And like I said, for me, that is fine. And that's actually why I prefer it and why I love it actually more so than a lot of other books, because Daniel Warren Johnson knows how to put a lot of emotion into these passion projects for him. And you can tell that with that Optimus and Spike moment, because it hit me. So I was all in. But I know, like you said, Kyle, I know it wasn't as impactful for you. So
Yeah, which is fine. It's like it's a Transformers book. I'm not coming in here for high science and like really physical, philosophical questions about what is life. And it's just like, no, I don't want that in a Transformers book anyway.
Yeah. I think it is nice that we do get to see a little bit of humanity from our main 2 protagonists, Human and Autobot, you know. But
right,
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, you need both. I completely understand. It just could have done a little bit better in fewer panels and fewer pages. But
yeah.
Other than that, yeah, the Carly stuff, I'm curious if that's him or if that's editorial or if that's Image or somebody's saying like, hey, you may want to think about changing this character up and maybe doing this. He may not want to do that. I don't know. It feels like it's inserted in there.
See, that's the tough thing, because it could be, I think it would probably be more Skybound than Image, because when I spoke to Daniel Warren Johnson at, what was it? It was WonderCon. And I asked him about Do a Power Bomb, and I said, did you have any editorial interference with the book? And he said, oh, well, any comic I produce through Image doesn't really have an editorial oversight. So whatever I want to do as the creator, I can get it published through Image. So I thought that was really interesting. So if there is editorial oversight, I think it's going to be more so like you're saying, if they're trying to incorporate this whole Carly thing in there, I think it may be more Skybound and Hasbro other than as opposed to Image. I don't know.
Yeah, Hasbro is more concerned about the visual image of the Transformers than anything else.
That's true.
And
Yeah.
Dan Warren Johnson expressed that as much in the comments, how he was having to do 4 or 5 drafts on certain pages of the characters.
Easy.
So,
especially with the Autobot Decepticon like logo. You cannot mess that up. So. And yes, this is also going to be a major concern. Who's going to be the next team that will take over the task once DWJ is gone? Those comics are going to drop from 150,000 from issue number 1 to 10,000 to like issue.
Lucky, yeah.
Yeah, DWJ has a lot of fans and a lot of goodwill built up with fans. So once he's gone, they will drop the book. So, Aurelio, did you finish?
Yeah.
Your image. Okay, let me see if I can pull it up.
oh man,
Wow,
It's a quick take on the character.
that's amazing.
That is beautiful. I love that a lot.
Thank you so much.
Is that like a red, almost kind of like a scarf, kind of hanging over the character?
It's the kind of the red part is a kind of cape.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's beautiful, man.
It's
Thank you so
supposed
much
to
for.
be. No problem at all. It was a pleasure. It was my first time I draw on a live.
Yeah, well, we appreciate it.
So
We've got people in the chat saying, "Yeah, it looks awesome."
If anyone's curious about getting a piece from Aurelio, we have on the campaign right now commissions you can get from Aurelio for $150. He'll draw you anything you want. Like if you want that, he'll sell it to you. If you want to see Kyle drawn with a bigger ego, he'll draw that.
You can't draw that. It wouldn't fit on the page.
Bigger piece of there.
Yeah, if you want a sketch from Aurelio, it's when a commission from him. It's on the campaign.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I would highly recommend picking it up because he does some great work, and you can get, whatever character you would want. Aurelio, do you have a favorite character to illustrate other than Batman and the Recluse?
One of my favorite characters was always Spider-Man. And another one that I like is Martial Law. Kevin O'Neill, Pat Mills character.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I've seen that one.
Well, I love it. And my advice is to find Martial Law and read it. Dolan, you know it, right? You know.
Oh yes, I do.
About
Yeah, and I think Simon Bisley's drawn Martial Law a few times, and I think if you look at Simon Bisley, you'll see that.
Yeah.
Dang. Okay. I might have to look in my Simon Bisley art book and see if he's got anything in there.
Would be great.
But that's fantastic. Yeah. Thank you again, Aurelio. That
no problem at all. It was a pleasure for me.
Yeah.
I'm really happy you like. Thank you. As my a personal take on something great that was done by Ted McKeever.
Yeah.
It shocked me when I see the first time. So I want to try to make it.
And if anyone in the chat, if you guys are rewatching this on the rewatch, or if you guys are watching this live, you can message Aurelio either on what would you say, Instagram or Facebook, Aurelio?
Yeah, perfect.
And if you guys want to purchase this, I'm sure he would be more than willing to hand this out to one of y'all. So,
thank you so much, guys.
Of course.
I fortunately must leave because I have some family matters tomorrow.
Okay.
To end with my family.
And I know it's probably early, or it's late there, right?
Here, the 3 of the morning.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness! Oh my
Oh,
gosh!
dude.
Okay, yeah.
No, don't worry about. Don't worry about. I usually do for the deadline. Usually happen. It's not a problem. It's just tomorrow I have something to do to help my dad. I must going early in the morning. So,
Okay.
but I
Well,
was really happy to be there. I'm glad to be there every time. And when you want, I always help to join you
oh,
here. I can draw other stuff next time.
well, thank you again. Thank you so much. And this
Thank you
was
so much to you guys.
beautiful to watch you this whole time. It's
Yeah.
been great.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be there.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
It's good seeing you
Well,
again, man.
enjoy tomorrow and try to get some sleep.
Absolutely. Don't worry about. I repeat. I was really happy to join you. So,
Awesome. Awesome.
and
Well,
all
thank
the
you
best.
so much.
Thank you to you. They are right. Yeah.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Yeah.
Absolutely. Next time, you guys can choose a characters you would like I draw.
Ooh,
Yeah,
perfect.
or I might
like
commission you to draw something. I don't know. We'll see.
Ooh, there you go.
Whatever you want. Talk. You can make some choice or make some votes and decide. I'll try
Excellent.
to do my best. I know I can make promise, but I'll do my best.
Your best is fantastic. So
Thank
it's
you.
very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course. Of course.
Okay.
But enjoy the rest of your night, and like I said,
Thank you
hopefully
so
you can
much.
get some sleep.
Yeah.
You too, guys. I'm going to watch the rest of the episode tomorrow. I want to
Oh,
be.
fantastic.
Yeah. I'm curious about.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again,
Thank you,
Aurelio.
Aurelio.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
See you, man.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Now that he's gone.
No, I'm going. Don't worry. I'm going.
Ciao. Oh man, he's probably like, man, I don't like that Kyle guy.
Dick. Like,
Speaking of which, Capital Video wants Aurelio to draw Kyle getting a lecture from Carly from Transformers.
Bitch stole my idea.
That would track. I mean, that would make sense.
I live
Art-
that every morning of my life.
Art imitates life, right?
Yes,
So,
it does.
well, even with Carly being an absolute insufferable, yes, I won't. Yeah, I mean, this is easily the recommend of the week, at least for me. I read this twice before I came on tonight because I just once to read it and the second just to admire the art. This is absolutely a recommend. What do you think, Drew?
Recommend. Yeah, absolutely. Recommend of the week. It's tough. It's gonna be tough for me because I do recommend Poison Ivy. But Poison Ivy.
They are
was
not
really
even in
fun
the
to me
same
this week, as well as may have been.
stratosphere, though.
Well, I'll say Poison Ivy much more so because I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it has been the last 12 issues. So
one like maybe I stumbled onto a good comic book as opposed to clear intended intention passion into this art of a book. Ooh, hey, Semper Fi, and
Hey!
happy birthday there, Marine.
Look at that.
Oh, hey, Semper Fi there, Jarhead. See a Jarhead up there.
You
talking about how much you guys love the Marvels?
not yet.
Oh,
We haven't got
well,
there yet.
How
I
awesome it
wish.
was. It was like redefined Marvel movies for 2024.
It's
In
saved.
the-
We were saved, everybody. We're back.
it
Hey,
saved
we're
Marvel.
back.
Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, the only dude's going to be Nick Fury in movies from now on.
Oh God.
The villains are going to be super lame. They're not going to have like any threatening. The actors are going to have almost zero range of emotion. We're going to focus on a bunch of sub characters that don't add anything to the story. It's going to be an awesome year for Marvel movies in 2024.
And
I am
not
so
only that, but they
excited.
have delayed every one of their films and TV shows. They've delayed them all by 7
Well,
months.
Writer's
So that
strike,
just,
so
yeah, I mean, I guess that's just a sign of quality, right? That
yeah. I think that's what I do with the writer's strike. But god damn it,
I guess that's
if
true.
if this is the kind of movies they're producing, then leave them on strike. Give me an
Sure,
AI
sure,
script.
yeah.
Give me an AI script. Maybe they can do something better. Here's what's even worse. Not to steal your guys' thunder, but I'm going to get on a soapbox for a minute. The last trailer for the Marvels, they mentioned Thanos, right? They were like, hey, they showed Thanos, right, and had like a line, like a cut scene. There'll always be somebody to carry on my work. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That was the thing. It got people excited, and it said they had something like experience or something excitement. There was an X, and then the word faded out, but the X stayed on there, right? I don't know if you guys saw that or not, but it was a big thing in the last trailer. So they're like, shit, they're referencing Thanos level villain stuff here, and we're talking about they're teasing the X-Men. Like, I was all in. I couldn't wait to go see this movie. Like, finally. Nope. None of that stuff happened. Wasn't there. I wonder where the camera is. Oh, there it is up there.
Yeah.
It didn't happen. None of it happened. Spoiler alert. Mute yourself for 2 minutes. The mid-credit cut scene is the only thing we're seeing. That's it. I won't even spoil that, actually. So
The Young Avengers or Beast?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Don't worry, we don't mind spoiling things on this channel. So.
It's just, yeah. I mean, you get to see one of the X-Men. Like, okay,
yeah.
It's like, yay! Why couldn't the whole movie be that? Like, come on! Like, it's just Captain Marvel never felt like a real like hero, like a badass, powerful hero.
Sure.
Like, never. She can smash through a spaceship, but she can't beat a dude with one punch. She has to like hit him multiple times to get him to stay down. And she's having the same effect as the teenage girl that has hard light powers. Like, come on. Anyway, it was awful. Don't even go see it. Wait for Disney Plus and then watch it while you're cutting your grass or something. Do something else. Do it in the background.
Put it on the background.
Horrible.
Not even worth it. Yeah.
Horrible.
Worse than Eternals? Worse than Eternals?
No. No. Eternals was better.
No.
Eternals was better. Let me think. What else was terrible? Multiverse of Madness was not good. It was okay. I'd rather watch Multiverse of Madness again. I'm excited to see that. I haven't seen Loki season finale yet, so I'm excited to see that. I actually really enjoyed Loki season 2. I'm enjoying that one. So, and I'm not the guy that, I'm not the guy that loves to shit on Marvel movies for a living, like some people I know. Marvel made a movie, it sucks. You haven't even seen it yet, but I know it's gonna suck. Really.
What are you
you're probably right.
Yeah.
Half the time, it's a good assumption, but at this point. But yeah, I'm excited to see Loki season finale. I heard it's really good. I'm all in on Loki season finale. It's pretty good. Invincible is fantastic. Watch Invincible. Gen V, awesome on Amazon. The spinoff from The Boys, so good, so good.
Wow.
Oh man, highly recommended. So good.
Okay.
Like the Boys universe. Oh my god, it's so good. So there's so much
Boys.
good stuff out there, and then Marvel gives us this crap. Like, come on, man. Anyway.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you for your review, Devil Dog, and happy birthday to you. 248 looks pretty good.
So. Yeah, man, 248. We're almost at 250. Hopefully I make it. Hey, by the way, we got the Marine Shikari cover launched on the website. So if you haven't seen it, get it. We already sold out of Bad Girl and Full Naughties are almost sold out of. There's maybe 20 collector's boxes left. So if you guys haven't seen it, get on the website, Comics League Comics, go get the Shikari Veterans Day Call of Duty Marine Girl cover. Super hot, super good.
Very nice.
Love it.
It's a good one.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
And happy birthday and happy Veterans Day to all the veterans. Even this guy, even though he's in the Air Force, still counts.
Still counts. We'll give it to him. Yeah.
Still counts. he's doing his appropriate veteran thing. He's sitting in a chair, just like the chair force does. So I'm just kidding. We'll see you guys later, man. Talk to you later.
See you.
Good to see you. Wow, look
Fucking
at that
Marvel!
guest appearance. Who would have thought that we would have see old Boss Man come on the show? And
Well, he went out because the whatnot there they did during a huge giveaway. They had to get they got a PS3, I think a Switch, and a Xbox.
PS5.
Yeah, they're all upstairs. They're doing giveaways in the whatnot stream right now. So yeah,
wow.
Go get yourself a PS5.
I do want to play RoboCop, so I do need to get a PS5.
Yeah.
I'm surprised because considering the movies that he's like, didn't he like Thor: Love and Thunder too? So
No,
it's
he
like,
did
yeah.
not.
He did not like
Oh.
that. Shockingly, he did not.
I sat next to him in that theater.
Wow.
Yeah, he.
What about
he hated it.
Quantumania?
I think he
You
kind
remember
of
that?
liked.
He might not
Yeah,
even remember that one.
No, he did like that one. I do remember sitting
Oh.
next to him. He kind of liked it. Yeah.
It may even be that one might actually be worse than Thor: Love and Thunder. I
He
don't
likes
know.
Eternals, so you can't take anything.
Everything after he says that is just done. But then again, doesn't Josh like the Eternals? So who knows?
Yeah.
And and Wakanda Forever.
I think it's his favorite. I think, yeah.
Yeah. And because he's not here to defend himself, we can definitely say for sure that that's his
100%.
favorite MCU movie.
He won't shut up about it. It's like, leave it alone.
Every time we finish a stream and we're backstage in the green room, he's like, "So have you guys watched Eternals yet? Or have you guys watched Quantumania yet?" And we're like,
Like, I just
"Dude,
watched it again for like the 90th time. It's like, what the fuck is
Yeah.
wrong with you?
And we're like, leave it alone, Josh. Gosh dang."
Did he
Anyway.
ever, when we talked about the best, our favorite horror films, did he even get a chance to watch Frailty when I recommended that? Do you know if you watched that yet?
I don't know. I'm sorry. But maybe. Fear Monarch says Love and Thunder's Ghostbusters 2016 levels of painful. Oof.
But I
That's
will say, good trailer.
bad.
The Ghostbusters trailer for the new film, it looks pretty good. I mean, until Patton Oswalt showed up, but
Yeah,
it did.
right.
Yeah.
It did look good. I'm like, holy crap, this looks awesome. And then
Yeah.
Patton Oswalt showed up.
And then not. And then the mom
And
is the
then-
Ghostbuster. And it's like, God damn it. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why can't you get this shit right?
It's like 90% of a great trailer. It was
Yeah.
like, oh my god, this looks awesome.
Yep.
Well, we're going to do something a little bit unorthodox here. Now, Superman 78, unfortunately, was not picked up by a lot of people, at least from what this website says from League of Comic Geeks.
And the problem is they didn't DC did not advertise this book at all.
Not at all, man. I didn't see they advertised for Alan Scott Green Lantern more than they did Superman 78, which is a damn shame. But I am going to do something a little bit unorthodox here because, like I said, it is one of our last books that we were going to cover tonight. However, Gilmer, I know you've been asking about this one, my man. So let's just go ahead and go over Superman issue number 78. This one also with 100% on League of Comic Geeks. So this is titled Superman 78, The Metal Curtain, issue number 1. This is the second series to Robert Venditti's initial Superman 78. Drew, I know that you have been waiting with
bated breath.
Bated breath, yes. I was about to say heavy breath, but I was like, that's not it. You have been heavy breathing over this, though, so that's good. What did you think about issue number 1, Superman 78, The Metal Curtain?
I thoroughly enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. We didn't get as much Superman in it as I was hoping, but it's still fine. I did like the story. I like the mystery. I like the intrigue because, hey, it's in 78. The Cold War is still going on. It's still the USSR and America going at it. And I do like how this new unique twist on a Superman villain is kind of taking place over on the Iron Curtain. I'm very curious to see where things go. This looks like it'll be a lot of fun. And I do hope we get more Superman in the second issue because, like I said, we didn't get him that much in this. But he was true to Superman's form. Which was great. And Lois was Lois, Perry White's Perry White. All the voices were absolutely true in this, and I dug it.
I will say Robert Venditti knows how to write Superman's voice. Like how I read Superman in this issue is how I imagine it being said in the films, right? In the 78 films. Um, the dialogue seems to be very on point for Superman's character, which I like a lot. And I think Venditti has a love for Superman, which helps a lot as well. I don't know. It's tough because the art is very simplistic and the dialogue for the first couple pages is even more simplistic. I think there's one panel where the guy is like, "Our ship is sinking," and then Superman goes, "I will fix it," or something like that. It's very like, oh, okay,
Mhm.
is it supposed to be a little schlocky, or is it just because like I wasn't sure. But I mean, you breeze through those first like 10 pages because one, there's not really a lot of dialogue, and two, it's like pretty much just all images. There's not, a ton. Uh, but once we start getting into the things with the villain aspect, I was much more intrigued and I was very interested in what is going to happen next. So I, s- yeah, so I'll wait to give my final thoughts. Kyle, what'd you think?
Didn't read it. No, I'm
Whoa.
kidding.
Anyway,
No, I I like the beginning of this. I was hooked like immediately from jump. I was like,
really?
I'm here. I love this. You have the thing crash landing in Russia, and it's like, holy shit! Like, what is going on? Did you get the stuff with Lois? And like you guys were saying, it's like Robert Venditti. Even with the first run, it's like I can hear Christopher Reeve saying these lines. I can hear Margot Kidder in that first run. I could hear Gene Hackman talking. Like it's just, and that is so hard to do.
Yeah.
I can't stress that enough. Like it is so easy to just type away dialogue and just have them spout off stupid shit. And it's like, that's not how they would talk back. That's not how Christopher Reeve would talk in those movies. But like, it's a fine line. Yeah, I will give it. The art is simplistic, but it kind of works in that kind of schlocky way. And like,
Yeah.
it's tough because you could easily see that, and it's just kind of like, is this like Superman 4 level, like, or is it more 70? And I give it that pass. I let it be schlocky and kind of goofy because that's what those movies are, but they're fun, and you're having fun. I have a smile on my face. I do think this cover's kind of lame, but that's fine. It's. I had a lot of fun with it. I'm continuing having a lot of fun with it because I know how difficult this is. It's an enviable task. I wouldn't want to do it. So hats off to somebody that can do it and do it well.
Oh man, yeah. It's tough to write Superman in general, but then to write Superman based off of the Christopher Reeve character from the 78 film, you're standing on the shoulders of giants here, and then that is a
Beloved
very
character
difficult
that
task.
everyone measures up to Christopher Reeve. It's like, can you be Christopher Reeve Superman? Yeah.
Yeah. And so it is very difficult to do, and I think you're only capable of doing so. I think you were saying, Kyle, how like you can't just fake it. You can't just like write some dialogue and say like, this is how they spoke in the 70s, right? Like this is kind of how something like Christopher Reeve would say this. You have to have a passion. You have to have a love. This is like innate. Like this is something where you can feel Venditti has like taken the time, care, passion to really flesh out who this is, so that whenever he writes the dialogue, it just flows, right? So yeah, I mean that's how I feel as well.
Yeah, this is something that you pitch this to somebody and say, I want to do this. This isn't given to you. It's not just, hey, we got Superman 78, you fucking write this. It's like, well, I don't want to. I never saw the movies. I think they suck. Who cares? Do it anyway. It's like, this is like, no, I want to tell this story because I think this universe is great and it's a lot of fun, and this is my pitch for it. So that's how you can tell it's done with reverence and the respect it deserves.
And I think it's a shame that Venditti has not gotten the praise that he deserves. I think we got a question earlier from Mike talking about like who would be a writer on DC's list that you would like to see Batman. I totally forgot about Venditti, and I would probably put Venditti at the top of that list. to do a Batman book right now. With how he's proven himself with Superman, Hawkman, he's done some bad idea books. I truly think that Venditti could pull a great Batman book out.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
Yeah,
I just discovered this in the Marvel previous catalog. They're doing a Treasury edition of Ultimate Invasion by Brian Hitch and Jonathan Hickman. I cannot think of a bigger waste of money than this.
You're just printing money at that point. Come on now.
Oh, yikes!
Dollar bills.
Dollar bills, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, agreed, Gilmer. Venditti's Batman would be pretty freaking rad. Well, I think I'm going to recommend this. You know, it's $4. I wish it were a little bit cheaper, especially just because I felt like I even with me taking my time, you can get through this book in about 10 minutes. It's quick. Normally a book,
perfect. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it's great.
Sure, yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think normally a comic takes me 15 to 20. If it's really like if it's Chris Claremont book, it's like 30 to 45. But this took me about 10, and you're in and you're out. And so I mean, I wish it was a little cheaper, but hey, for $4, why not pick this up, right? So I think I'm going to give this a recommend. How about you guys?
Oh,
Absolutely.
Yeah. Recommend. What do the other covers look like? Are there? Can you see the other covers?
This one is interesting. That's very Christopher Reeve-esque.
Oh, 100%.
Action Comics, like with an action figure.
Yeah, the McFarlane Superman figure. Yeah,
oh, that's terrible.
Doug Braithwaite.
That's gay.
He's a good artist, but it's not his best.
That's really gay.
What?
That's more gay somehow.
Yeah, somehow, some way. So yeah, I guess your only option.
Even that, I get the blank
cover it.
Have somebody sketch something on there for you.
There you go.
Yeah. There.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, those other covers are rough.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Mm-hmm.
Let's give it the old recommend thumbs up. Even with these covers, still a great book. Now back to our regular scheduled program, which next up on the list is Shazam.
Not Gods.
I know you did. Huh?
You skip Gods.
Did you want to talk about Gods? Because I sure as hell did not take the time to read this hunk of junk.
What?
What? Drew, have you been reading? Did you read? Gods?
So real quick. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to give you my experience reading this. So I was halfway through this issue 2, and all the while, something was telling me, something in my back of my mind was telling me, like, you know this, you've experienced something like this before. You know what this is like. I'm like, I can't put my finger on it. And then it hit me when I was in the bathroom, and it was when I was throwing up after reading this. It was that this is very much like Marvel's the New Universe they did in the late 80s by Jim Shooter. All these lame new characters with lame outfits, with lame powers that no one gives 2 shits about. No one's going to care about these characters a month from now, a day from now, a year from now. These are generic, bland characters that are not special in any way, shape, or form, that are just there for Jonathan Hickman's vanity project.
Interesting. And even when I was reading issue number 1, now I can't speak to issue 2 because I was, after issue 1, I was out. I was like, this is going to take way more effort for me to read it, and I'm going to get nothing of value from it. But yeah, from what it sounds like you're saying, it's this kind of a similar issue with number 2. It's like there's really nothing that people can grasp onto, or like, and that's the thing that's weird though, is that I see people online on YouTube, on Twitter, like praising this whole Gods thing, because they love Jonathan Hickman, but they can't tell me why they don't like, or excuse me, they can't tell me why they like the issue or why they like the characters. And then I think it's just because they think that they have to like the book, or because they like Jonathan Hickman. They're just like, oh yeah, this is great. but like they
Yep.
can't actually tell me why, because like you said, these characters probably feel bland and generic.
Yeah, they are bland, generic. They're most of them are unlikable. There's nothing really sympathetic or likable about these characters. They're all smug assholes. It's like they came out of the early 2000s, and there's nothing relatable about them. I don't really understand why, unless this was a deal Marvel made with Jonathan Hickman to bring him back, despite Jordan White and his dumbass pretty much screwing him over. Okay, yes, we'll give you money and we'll let you do whatever the hell you want. Please just come back.
Yeah.
And this is his lame attempt. This is his lame attempt at the Magic Order. That's what I call this. This is what if the Magic Order was boring.
Yep. Yeah. Do you get any email correspondence pages? Any dossiers in this?
No.
Actually, yes. Yes, I think
you do.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're in the back. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't get that far.
Alan Qua
Yeah, this is a book
variant?
where you'll fall asleep at least 4 times, I think, while reading this.
At least 4. Yeah.
And forget what even happened. And who are these characters again? I don't know any of their names. I don't give a shit to know any of their names. There's no action. It's all standing around pontificating about what does it mean being a god, and what does a god even mean, and
what is life?
Yeah, how great are we? Are we pretty awesome? I don't know. We're kind of awesome. What should we do? I don't know. We have all this power. Are we really that awesome? It's like, yeah, kind of. And it's like, what are we gonna do? I don't know. Let's just kind of stand around.
Let's just stand around and talk. How about that?
Yeah, let's just have these existential, meaningful, wonderful, amazing conversations as if anybody's reading this dialogue, and they're not. I don't know.
It seems like there's a lot of dialogue for like very, very little takeaway. I found that with the first issue is like I kept reading dialogue and yet I was gaining nothing of substance. Like I couldn't like normally when I read a comic book, I'll take notes for our reviews, and like if it's part of the plot, I'll start writing down in my notes, this is what happens, or this is kind of the synopsis of the issue. And yet I couldn't even do that with God's issue #1 because I was just like, nothing's happening.
Bored.
Yeah, I was bored, and nothing's happening. I was bored, and even though all these people are talking and have all this like expository dialogue that's very high, highfalutin. I don't know.
No, it's somebody who thinks they are. That's
that's the thing. Yeah,
yeah, somebody who thinks that they're
very
intelligent.
intelligent.
Like, no, you're a fucking retard. And and there wasn't enough diversity in it for me, to be honest with you. I didn't feel enough diversity.
Sure. Well, what about this cover though? I mean, this is right here. This is diversity 101.
You have Asian girl, and then you have
Hispanic girl.
Oh, is it a girl? A guy?
Oh, is it?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Whatever you want the god to be, or the GODS.
Yeah, that's as diverse and representative as I can imagine.
Not enough though.
But see, with people like you, it'll never be good enough. So
and that's why you got to strive to do better.
You always have to do better.
Yep.
You can't ever just have fun and tell a good story.
No, I saw one too many white guys, and then I was just like, nope.
Oh man. Well, I don't even think I have to. I don't even think I have to ask.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
Yeah, give it a man, but that's all right.
I decided for you. All right. Now that we got through with that hunk of junk, like I said, I did not read it, but thankfully these two kind gentlemen, Drew and Kyle, did on my behalf. But one book that I did read that I enjoyed was Shazam. Now, this book does come with its fair share of issues as well. Let me tell you that.
There's 5 of them.
There's one of them.
Oh.
And she takes control of this book like you wouldn't believe.
Does she? Is it Mary Marvel?
How could you guess? Not only was she in Amazon's Attack last month,
you can't get rid of her.
That book. No, she's in every. She's in every.
A wonderful STD you can't get rid of.
Oh, isn't that what she wants to be known for anyway? So
Yeah. She's the focus of
Um,
DC universe. Gotta love it.
But yeah, I didn't read this, so I'm excited to hear about it.
yeah. I will say the art in this is some of the best in Dan's career. I mean, he's each issue. I know I keep saying this, but it truly does. It's remarkable how well he's doing on each issue. Subsequent issue, but whether it's World's Finest, whether it's Shazam, he really is crushing these books. Mary Marvel, however, shows up in this issue to save Billy from dying in space because the last time we saw him, he was outside of the atmosphere with no helmet on. But realizes that he's been out in space too long and without oxygen for too long. So Zeus and the other gods begin to like argue because they're like, "Oh, look at what you've done! You've killed Shazam. You've killed the boy now, and we can't do anything with him, right? And the only way that we can take control of his body again is if he says the word. You know, he has to be able to say Shazam in order to summon these gods again." So they're arguing and they're arguing. So then Mary looks to Billy and she's like, "Oh, I know what I have to do." And I'm thinking in my head, Mary's gonna, she's gonna come with this speech to say, like, "Billy, you have to stay alive. You have to survive. Know who you are. You're a hero. You can save these people. You're gonna do this." And like she invigorates him to say Shazam, right?
Yeah.
Nope. She says Shazam, moves out of the way of the lightning bolt, and hits him. So I was like, wait, what? How does that work? So she's already in Shazam form and then says Shazam for Billy, but then moves out of the way of the lightning. I was like, no, this is so dumb. Why did you write it this way? Drew, did you find that weird or off? Like, I was like, what are you doing?
I went with it. I could go with it because look, she has her own powers. Billy was he was getting ready to die. He wasn't going to be saying anything anytime soon. I don't. If she tried to resuscitate him and he wasn't talking, wasn't breathing. So this was a desperate ploy, and like I said, she's got the speed of a god, and she moved out of the way fast enough for the lightning bolt to hit him and transform him. I could go with that. I could absolutely go with that because of that.
Imagine though, Billy on his dying breath, she's like, "Don't go, Billy, please. You have to fight. You have to fight." And like his last breath is just Shazam, right? Like right before he dies, and then goosh, the lightning bolt hits, and he becomes Shazam again. It's like, fuck yeah, But no, Mary has to say it for him because he can't say it himself. I was like, oh, come on.
Hey, she's a Mary Sue. What do you expect?
No, but there you go. But yet, no, I mean, she does have the speed of a god, so understandable. She can dodge lightning bolts. That's fair.
And she is a woman.
Yeah, well, yeah, mainly that. So.
Yeah. That sounds great.
Once Billy does finally awaken, though, as Shazam, Mercury is now in charge of his body, and he kind of takes over as the jokester because I guess Mercury is the trickster of the group. So Shazam starts to like pull tricks on people in order to kind of like, he pulls a trick on the moon, pulls a trick on the moon god. He pulls a trick on some of the gorillas.
Khonshu?
Khonshu? No.
Oh.
Mercury. Yeah. Is Khonshu a trickster? I thought Loki was a trickster.
No, you said the moon god. I was like, oh, Khonshu.
Oh, right. Or the Moon Emperor, sorry.
Oh, Moon Emperor. That's a big difference. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Carry on.
I will say I will say the book is still a lot of fun, despite its flaws with Mary Marvel. I still enjoy the action. I love the set pieces. The characters in this are a lot of fun, and the dialogue is great. The only thing that ruins the momentum of this are the Mary Marvel stuff. And anytime they get to this whole dinosaur weird characters and this like random other part of the B plot of this, I immediately lose interest. Keep it focused on Billy and the action and the fun loving gorillas and moon people. Like, that's fun.
Yeah.
I lost interest when the dinosaur thing comes out, and it's like, who are you again?
No, we won't be discussing that.
Yeah. But sorry, so I took up a lot of time. But go ahead, Drew. What were your thoughts on this bad boy?
Well, I enjoyed it. I went along with it. Like I said, I could go along with the beginning of it. That's fine. I do like the inner struggle Billy has with the gods. I do like the stuff with Mercury. I do like the bickering back and forth.
Yeah.
And I do like how Mary picked up on it. And
she is the one who finds out that they have been controlling him. So she's like, "You've been acting really weird lately." And Billy's like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "You're not really like yourself." And then she's like, "Wait, you've had the wisdom of Solomon, and you've had the wisecracking trickster of Mercury. Are the gods controlling you?" And so so she does eventually figure it out. But yeah.
Good for her.
And I did like the end of this because the gods make another offer, or no, someone else offers to take the powers.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So I do like where the story is going, and it's just wild and crazy and fun. It's silly. It's Shazam.
Yeah.
It's Captain Marvel. I can go with it.
Oh yeah. No, I still think overall this is by far one of the better DC books out there, and the stuff with the gods is great. How Billy confronts them with, hey, you guys are done. If you guys are going to be part of the Shazam like hero, you all have to contribute. I don't want you guys bickering and trying to like, see who can control my actions or whatever. And if you do, I'm just not going to be Shazam anymore. So he was like, he's taken the offer off the table, but someone might take him up on that offer. That one of his family members. So,
Boy.
yeah. So, like I said, I still have a lot of fun with this series, and like the Dan Mora art is the best thing at DC right now. So, I still would give this a recommend. What do you think, Drew?
Recommend.
Nice.
Of our final judge, thumbs up, average.
Fear says that's too tacky for me, to be honest. Shazam is all about goofy shit to get out of being unable to talk. Yeah, Fear says, nah, this issue was a blast. I mean, oh no, I still had fun. It's still a blast. There are just things in here that I'm just like, it could have been like there are little things where I would tweak and I'd be like, instead of Mary saying, make him say it. Instead of Mary finding out, Shazam finds it. Like things that don't take away from or deconstruct Billy. Like I want more of the Billy stuff, but that's me.
Jaffiel.
We also have, you guys read Birds of Prey?
No.
I tried to. I tried to. Now, I think didn't I ask the question in the group chat, when was it established that Big Bart is a lesbian?
Always?
Yeah, no, so that was odd, right? So this is Birds of Prey issue number 3. They are about to storm the beaches of Themyscira. And right before they do so, Barda gets upset at Harley or something. And Harley's about to call her a bitch, but instead she's like, "Oh, you bisexual beautiful woman," or something like that. And I was like, Barda's bisexual? Like, does Barda even know what bisexual is? Like, doesn't she like Mr. Miracle? Like, aren't they a thing? Like, I just
wasn't she married to Mr. Miracle? Yeah.
yeah, right. I was like,
I thought they were for a while there. Yeah.
Yeah. There's like a whole storyline about it.
It turns out she was bi the whole time.
Yeah, who would have thought? Oh yeah, DC editor. So yeah, it was very out of nowhere, and I don't know if like Harley was just trying to be, because it's coming from Harley's mouth, so it's like, how trustworthy can she be? But at the same time, it's like, that came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it did.
But yeah, no, this was another issue that is just completely insufferable. King Shark at one point in the comic book says he's like, hey, I'll make sure all of you get to shore because you have, Barda, you have this girl, and you have everyone's favorite Batman. And he points to what's her name, Cassandra Cain. Is it Cassandra Cain or is it who is it?
I think it's Cassandra Cain.
Yeah. And he's like, and he points to Cassandra and he's like, and you guys have everyone's favorite Batman. And my eyes rolled so far into the back of my head.
Batman?
I was like, huh?
They use
Oh, yeah.
they use Batman,
I'm pretty sure he said in everyone's favorite Batman instead of Batwhammon.
not Batwhammon or Bat Day.
Bat Day, yeah. You actually get so you guys know the whole MCU joke of like that just happened. You actually get that in this book.
Yes.
Yeah. So after they hitch a ride from King Shark onto Themyscira, I think it's Black Canary, but she says something to the effect of, I can't believe that just happened, or like, I can't believe that just worked. And I was like, fuck me.
I like stuff you don't have to think about.
Banya? Really? Banya? I got an Ovaltine bit, Jerry. It's great.
It's killer. It's gonna kill.
Kill. So yeah, I'm trying to see what else I have here on my notes. There's really not much else that we need to go over. It's Diana finds out that these jabronis over here, this team of nitwits, has actually gotten onto the island to go save Black Canary's sister, Sin. I guess her name is Sin. And Diana actually comes across as like actually super intimidating and badass, which is surprising because she isn't that way in her own book from Tom King. So the book ends basically with Wonder Woman kind of confronting this band of dummies here, and she's like, "Why the fuck are you on my island?" And you're like, So
I like it.
Yeah. So I was about to say, other than that, I mean, what else do you guys need to know other than it's a big old fat skip it?
Come on, everybody, skip it.
I forgot that you got one. Sorry. Yeah. No, there is no fun to be had in Birds of Prey. Sorry.
No.
Oh, look at God, this art is fucking like the color is like burning
for Birds of Prey.
Retina.
The orange, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the interiors, man. It's like the colors are off, the art is off. It's like not very appealing.
This is terrible. Like I'm trying to flip through it. I'm like, dear God, like this is awful.
This is a great point, Nicholas. Dan Moore is as close to a superstar artist the mainstream has. Yes, I would agree. If there are superstars currently working, Dan would probably be up there.
Yeah, he's one of them.
Yeah. Slavic says, do you think Mark Miller would write Batman if he felt it was the only way to save the comic industry?
Well, fun fact, he's coming back to write Superman. He's doing a Superman story for DC right now. So
this is true.
I'm sure that he probably does have a Batman story in mind. I would love to see him take over Batman. And I'm fairly certain DC would love to have him take over to save it.
Oh, hell yeah. And I would read the shit out of that book. Are you kidding me? I have not picked up Batman since City of Bane. Like actually physically picked up copies of a Batman book since City of Bane. So it would get me to put Batman back on my pull list again. So there you go. The thing with Mark, though, is he actually has a way to save the comic book industry. If you guys look at his Twitter account, he just posted a thread where he was talking about royalties. He was talking about salary. He was talking about pay rates. Very, very interesting stuff. If you guys want to see how Mark Miller would want to or propose that the comic book industry be saved, he has a very, very great thread there on Twitter. And of course, there are people on it that are like, don't say the sky is falling. Like everything's fine. You're going to be fine. And his responses are always just like, nope. I love it.
There are just those idiots who have their heads stuck in the ground.
Yeah.
Like the Heidi McDonald simps the Bleeding Cool Simps, the Joe
Yes.
Glass Simps, that everything is better than ever. No one's struggling, and stores are doing fine. No stores are closing. It's just people who don't have a fucking inkling of just how bad things are compared to 5 or 6 years ago. Just they no idea.
Zero whatsoever. And they continually willfully are being blissfully ignorant, or no, willingly ignorant, excuse me. They continue to just believe that everything is doing fine. And I think it's because they are worried that if they truly think that, or if they actually vocalize
Go against
that,
the narrative. They go against the narrative. Yeah,
they will be seen as the bad guys, right? Oh, you don't want to be a bit like those bad white men, you know. The art right says put a bunch of women in it and make them lame and gay. Lame and gay. Make them
A
lame and
recipe
gay.
for success.
I mean,
here's
isn't
your
that
salad, man.
I thought I told you. Put a chick in it and make her lame and gay. I'm sorry, I don't really understand. Make her lame and gay. Yes, okay, I'm sorry. Speaking of lame and gay, no, I'm kidding.
No, this is lame. This comic was lame.
Oh, this
This is straight up testosterone. This is just putting the foot on the gas pedal and just not letting up.
If you have any hair,
Who invited him?
yeah, right. I'm just glad I don't have any blood, you know, any blood relation. That's really nice to know. I will say, if you have hair on your chest, on your face, any part of your body that you have hair,
this is the book for you.
Any type of muscle mass on your body.
Hell yeah!
Once you read this book,
you're gonna get more.
It'll get like... you no longer have hair on your face, no musculature. This is the absolute wimpiest, most pathetic, boring. It's
the opposite of all of that. Yeah. It's the Punisher I've always wanted. I thought Garth Ennis was kind of a pussy when he was trying to write Punisher. I'm like, he's not really Punisher, but this it's like, finally, somebody that gets the character to the core.
You know what? That tracks for you. You know,
yeah.
See, I now understand why you like Punisher. This
because we get the real Punisher here finally.
It's about time.
It is about time.
So, Punisher issue number 1, written by David Pepose. Is it Pepose or David Paposi? Paposi.
Paposi
is now. It's weird because surprisingly, I don't actually blame David. I blame editorial and I blame Marvel, because what they're trying to do is solve a problem that was never even there in the first place. And I know that was kind of what Richard Meyer had to say about this book, but it truly is one of the most baffling things that they have villainized the Punisher and the Punisher logo because of just some idiots wearing it out on the streets. And so they're going to completely get rid of the character, but they also want to bring him back. So it's the industry doesn't really know what it wants to do with Punisher. Marvel sure as hell doesn't know what they want to do with Punisher, but they're so timid and they're so afraid that they can't actually have any type of balls to write anything with actual substance or hard hitting, like impactful, meaningful story. So yeah, what did you guys think about Punisher issue number 1? I know we kind of saw this a little bit last week, but
yeah, we got to read it ahead. We got to read it ahead of time. Yeah, it was awesome.
Oh boy, did we?
Yeah. It just boring and bland. I mean, there's nothing cool about the character himself. No. Just a dipshit and doesn't want to be the Punisher, and he's got a stunning and brave weapons person who is supplying all those weapons, and you got dipshit cops talking about coffee and who wants to run the crime scene, and you have 20,000 people around the crime scene at this farmhouse in the middle of nowhere, and fighting lame villains. There's no blood in this comic. how this guy treats like how this Punisher, this Boomhauer Punisher, approaches like attacking villains. It's not how I would see the Punisher approaching it. It's pretty fucking lame. Just that's what this comic book is. It's lame, and I cannot recommend this to anyone unless people just love lame comic books.
Kyle, and are you going to refute that this is a lame book? You're going to try and defend this one? How would you try and defend this? That's quite a large task there, but yeah, right.
Well, I don't know how you would. It's got
that's okay. You can tell us your truth. Yeah, you can tell us your true thoughts. The art is good. The art is good.
Art's good. I think this is a way of Marvel trolling everybody that was a fan of the Punisher. It's like,
ooh,
oh, you want the Punisher? Okay, we'll make him insufferable, a moron, somebody who doesn't want to be Punisher, with a black lesbian, more than likely, outfitting. Like every trope that you guys hate, we're going to put in here to the Punisher to the point where you just hate him, and it's like, haha, we're all gonna laugh in the office and be like, "Do you see what these guys are saying? We got them." It's like
interesting.
Yeah, but the book's not selling, and you guys are fucking morons. You realize that, right? It's like.
I was gonna say, yeah. So you almost think that they're trying to take like a meta approach, that they're like, oh, we'll dunk on the chuds with this one, but by dunking on the chuds, they don't realize that their sales are gonna go down.
Right. That's the only explanation for this, because this character is nothing. He's absolutely nothing. It's just a bland white guy, doing stuff and mediocrity. You shoot a guy in the head through a passing train.
Oh, I saw. I was like, oh my, okay, yeah, sure.
It's like great.
He might as well have curved the bullet like in Wanted,
around
the train or something.
Yeah, I don't understand why you start this book out with these lame ass cops that don't talk like cops, because cops don't talk like that.
No.
Going into a scene, and then eventually we dovetail it back into, oh, it's this guy's family that turns out that got blown up into this house. It's not, oh, the Punisher blew up this house. They think he did, but it's like, why would you assume that? But it's like,
and there's an explosive device that's still perfectly well kept. It wasn't even touched at all. It's like, huh?
And you guys are like, oh, I'm gonna need another cup of coffee. It's like, what? There's a pipe bomb in your face. Like,
yeah,
you wouldn't be calling EOD and being like, well, I guess we're fucking dead. It's like nobody talks.
You're not picking that up, like you said, Cal. You're calling EOD because one that could be tripped. That could be simply tripped. They pull it. Oh crap!
Yeah, you have no idea the shitstorm that would be coming down on that crime scene. It would be insane. You would be. I was only involved in one as a cop, where we had to call EOD, and it was a fucking shitstorm. It hit the news. That's how crazy this was.
My God.
I can send you guys a picture of what it actually turned out to be, but it looked like a pipe bomb.
Interesting.
It wasn't, but it looked like it. And so the dog, one of our dogs indicated on it and sat. And so after that, it was absolute fucking chaos. But like, again, people don't know how cops actually operate in this. It's like, nobody's cracking jokes at that point. It's like, no. We could be losing hundreds of people. I don't know. It's like, you have no idea. So the fact that they got that wrong from jump, and then you cut to this stupid not Punisher guy, it's just like, what are we doing here?
It tells me, because if you read the Punisher in the past, a lot of the creators, namely like Garth Ennis, Chuck Dixon, Mike Barron, I think Stephen Grant, a lot of these guys had experience with firearms, police, law enforcement, military. They had some type of knowledge about it. Reading David Papozzi, I don't see any of that. I see it all as a practical joke. And I just see he knows lazy pew-pews. He knows how to do that. He can do lazy pew-pews.
Talked down to by black women, so I guess that's a thing. Tell me what to do.
Yeah, this book has like zero identity in itself,
be right back.
zero confidence in itself. It doesn't know what it wants to be. It has no character. It has no gravitas. It has no bold and like powerful nature to it, which all of those Punisher comics in the past had this type of gravitas, this type of heavy weight, put on not only Frank, but in the book it covered, these topics and these criminals that were like really heavy subject matter. So I think you guys nailed it. I mean, you hit it on you hit the nail on the head when you said bland. Bland is it is the most milk toast mayonnaise, white, which, sure, the new Punisher is blonde hair, blue eyes, white guy. Like it is just by the number. It's not even by the numbers. It's even more bland than that.
Yeah.
I felt absolutely nothing while reading this comic. And then when I walked away from it, I forgot that I'd read it 2 seconds afterwards.
Yep.
Um,
They got
I
nothing
think-
right. They couldn't get anything right. He never says anything
Zero.
badass. He never.
No,
like,
he doesn't. Yeah.
no real call to action. It wasn't even like even at the end where he's kind of like, yeah, I guess I'll be Punisher. I guess. I think. I don't know. Black woman, tell me what I need to do. Do I need to be Punisher? Okay, cool, got it.
Yeah.
What else do I need to do? It wasn't even that because they would be taking it as you couldn't even say that this guy's picking up the mantle because he feels like there's injustices being done that need taken care of, and I'm the only one that can do it. It's like
Right.
because that would then be seen as an incel taking over the role and being like, oh, we can't do that because that's inciting violence, and that it's like that's going too hard in the paint. So we can't do that. We can't deal with any subject matters like you were saying that are too real and serious right now. So
Yeah.
it's like, let's just make it as stupid and bland as possible so that way it doesn't offend anybody other than people that are actually fans of Punisher. And let's just troll and make fun of them.
Well, that was the big thing too. Is like, okay, so Marvel had an issue with protesters wearing and police officers wearing the Punisher skull. So initially you go, okay, maybe it's just the logo. So maybe they're just going to try and get rid of the logo. But no, then Marvel was like, no, we're getting rid of the man because the man is problematic. The logo is problematic, and Frank Castle himself is problematic. So now we're going to get rid of both. So now they've done an inverted logo, skull logo, and they've brought this new guy, Joe Garrison, which is like the most, once again, bland, stale, nothing name ever. And I feel like they've just taken the balls off of any type of Punisher comic or Punisher fan because that's what they want to do. They want to sterilize Punisher fans. They want to sterilize the character. Basically, I had in my notes that they want, I don't even know if they want to replace Frank Castle or if they just want to destroy Frank Castle. But this book in particular is scared, weak, and timid because you can feel that David Papose or his editor or whoever was editing this, Marvel or whatever, were just walking on eggshells the entire time. It's so bland and it's so just sterilized. You can tell that, when you read the Punisher War Zone or Punisher War Journal or any one of the, classic Punisher tales or, Garth Ennis's stuff, Punisher Max, those writers have to have balls. Those dudes have to go all out. They are bold as fuck. Like some of the things that they talk about, some of the imagery that they're portraying, you have to be brash, bold, confident, fearless when you're writing a Punisher book or when you're writing the character of Frank Castle. But everything about this book is bland and safe, which makes it extremely formulaic and boring. So
Yep.
nothing
No,
about this.
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Nope, finish.
Yeah, last thing. Nothing about this Garrison guy feels fearing, dominant, or powerful, which are all things that I felt from Frank Castle. There's a difference between Frank, who is like a calm, cool, collected, and vengeful, aggressive, powerful man, as opposed to this chuckle fuck who's just tired, boring, and monotone. And once again, very bland. So sorry, go ahead,
Yeah.
Kyle.
No, I was gonna say two things. So one, it's like when you read Garth Ennis' stuff at Punisher Max or anything, I just picture he is a fucking great white shark in
Yeah.
New York,
Yes. Yeah.
basically.
That's a
All
great.
he
That's a
does, it's
really
like,
great.
I don't care about anything. I'm going to go out. If anybody does anything wrong, I'm going to fucking kill you. And I'm going to do it in the worst way possible. And then move on to the next one. And then the next one. And the next one. That's all I'm going to do. Eat, breathe, sleep. I'm going to fucking kill this person.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
all
because
he is.
that was what's great about the Garth Ennis run is that Garth Ennis did a great job of setting up those villains, making us, the reader, show just how much we want to hate these villains, how much we want to hate these characters, and we can't wait for Punisher to come in and just lay waste to them toward the end. Just I love that.
Yep. And also in this particular thing, I'm noticing on the cover, we're being trolled. This guy wouldn't even pass a qualification course with the rounds being put into that fucking target. This guy can't fucking shoot for shit.
That's right. That's right. Because we were, I think we saw this cover when we were going through the solicitations, and that's right. That was one of the things we were talking about. Is like his grouping is shit.
It's off. He wouldn't pass any qualification course.
Absolutely not. 2 to the chest, 1 to the head, and he's got it in the shoulders and arms.
Shot. He barely nicked the shoulder. That's worth
grazed
nothing. The neck is worth 0 points. You can't. It's like you suck.
Yeah,
that's not even really punishing.
Even with laser guns, which are probably even more accurate because you probably don't have to calibrate them or
no recoil or anything. Yeah,
no, nothing. I will say, who was it that just brought this up? Here we go. The comment that I wanted to read was, here we go. The art right. What would be a good Punisher run to pick up for someone who has never read Punisher, asking for a friend? Actually, I was gonna start, but Drew and Kyle, I'll let you guys go first, and then I'll give my pick.
So there's 2 I will recommend, both are by Garth Ennis for jumping on points. One is Punisher, Welcome Back, Frank, and the other is Punisher in the Beginning, which is the Max run after that. Issues 1 through 6. You get both versions of like a Frank Castle story. One is it's kind of more cartoonish and fun and crazy, where he's like it's just like a Looney Tunes cartoon, but with violently insane. Then the other one is just stark contrast, serious, insane, and you really see because Garth Ennis talks about how 9/11 was a big impact on him, and how when 9/11 happened, that's when Punisher and everything it became serious after that, and you see that. So I do recommend those 2. Welcome Back, Frank, and In the Beginning.
Yeah, those are the 2 I recommend. That's what I read. I started out with those 2, and because I never read a lot of Punisher, and I just like the covers. But so those are the 2 I started out with, and then like I was hooked immediately. Then you can go back to the Punisher War Journal stuff and some of the Mike Barron stuff, and go back and just kind of, if you want to read more of that. But I would start with those because those are fucking action packed. They're
especially
so
in the beginning.
Yes.
Next one like that when he just lays waste to that gang.
Oh,
that
it's so awesome.
It's just he is mowing them all down. You got the Claymore mines.
They're so great, and you get Tim Bradstreet covers everything. It's fucking awesome. Like they're just so fun.
So I am actually going to recommend. So there are quite a few. You could either go with Punisher. It starts with Punisher issue number 64, which is written by Dan Abnett, and it's 7 issues called Euro Hit, and that's the story that it collects. I think you can get it in a graphic novel, but the story is written by Dan Abnett, and then Doug Braithwaite is doing the art on that. The other one I would recommend, we all love Chuck Dixon. Chuck Dixon is the absolute man when it comes to Punisher, and if you want to see some of JR's best work, I would highly encourage you guys to check out Punisher War Zone, which has the classic like red cover, and Punisher is sitting there with 2 Uzis, and like you can see all the shells like flinging out of him.
Like this cover, almost.
Oh no!
Yeah, almost.
So close. They almost got it there. And finally, it was only 2 issues, but Punisher issue number 94 and Punisher issue number 95. One is written, or they're both written by Frank Turan, and both are. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Both are written by Dan Abnett, but illustrated by Frank Turan or Taran.
Oh
But-
yeah, we looked at those like a few
Oh,
months
those the ones we
ago.
looked at?
Yes.
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah.
shit. If you guys want just the most gnarly, grizzled depiction of Punisher, where he is like beaten and battered. He doesn't have any guns, so he's just using like baseball bats and brass knuckles and like, you know, concertina wire from this jail, whatnot. If you guys want that shit, 94 and 95, Punisher issue number 94 and 95 are excellent. And in the very end of 95, he kind of pulls a fast one on the guy that he worked with. And he it just shows you how brutal Punisher is, because even when you think that he's like, oh yeah, we're cool, if you're a villain, fuck no, you aren't. If you are like you said, Kyle, it's a perfect depiction of a great white shark. He will not stop until he is fully fed. So yeah, those are my 3 recommendations: Euro Hit, Punisher 94 and 95 by Frank Turan, and then Punisher Warzone, Chuck Dixon, JRJR. So we have a $5 super chat from, speaking of Frank Castle, and now Frank Zanka. What's up, dude? He says, I just found an affordable copy of Cap 241 where the Punisher beats him in a battle. Damn. Awesome book. Hope you guys are doing awesome. Dude, you're going to have to
Mike Zeck.
show us
Mike
a
Zeck
copy.
art. Yeah.
Whew,
Oh, yeah.
that is dope. That's awesome, man. Well, thank you for sharing. And thank you again for the $5 super chat. That is very kind of you. I will definitely have to take a look at that, because affordable copies of Cap and Punisher, I don't think they're that easy to find. So that's
Specifically
really
the
cool.
Mike Zeck ones. Those ones are getting more and more expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found all the limited run series, the John Bailey.
Oh, 1 through 4.
1 through 4.
And that's the one where it says like 1 in a 5-issue series, and then
Yeah.
they change it. It's like 4 out of 4 issue
Yep.
series. Yeah. I love that.
All those, yeah.
So I think that's pretty much all I have to say about this bland milk toast pile of garbage. I can't. Fire and Ice is probably the worst book of the week, but this one is the most forgettable. This means nothing. This has zero. I can't even give it my time or energy because it is that pathetic. Any final thoughts before we move on?
It's lame, boring. It is a Punisher with no balls. That's what this was.
Yeah, absolutely.
Harsh.
And yeah, who care? Who, if it's not Frank Castle, who wants to read this? Like, who is this for? It's for nobody. So,
It's
The
for those.
Office to laugh at.
It's for those who found Frank Castle offensive.
Yeah, it's for all
Oh my
them to just
God.
laugh in the office and say, ha ha ha, look what we did. Aren't we so funny?
I guess so. Yeah, aren't we dunking on the Chuds guys? Yeah, I bet, with $6 with 40 pages of just lame, bland nothingness. Yeah, even one of the most liked comments on here just says, meh, nothing particularly interesting. Yeah, no duh.
So give it
Hey,
2 stars.
Wakazashi's
Though.
Wakazashi's Tea House. He gave it a review.
What do you
Oh.
say?
I mean,
What do you say?
Wakazashi said, hey, there's a great idea. Here's a great idea. Let's relaunch the Punisher with a new character nobody has heard of. Just make sure it isn't Frank Castle. How about Joe Schmo from Nowhereville? I like it. Then let's give him an almost identical origin story. Just change it to the family being killed in a house explosion rather than the crossfire from a mob shootout. Nice. Don't forget to give Joe Schmo a helper who's good at tech, but let's make it a young woman this time. Genius. What about the costume? So yeah, he's giving it a hard time for sure.
2.5 stars, though. What the fuck is the matter with you?
Wakazashi, you can make this a 0.5-star review.
Yeah, and it deserves none, but half is something.
It deserves 0 because it wasted my time. More than anything, it wasted my time. So,
Yes.
my time is precious.
Speaking
But
of
you know
wasted time, moving on to the next one.
Ooh. This
Waste
one.
of time.
Waste of money, time, effort.
So I have to ask
everything.
real quick. When I read this, when I sent you guys the photos, when I read this, did you believe me that those were the interiors for this book?
So I didn't actually get a chance to look at them. I wasn't able to read them initially. So I was gonna wait until it came out and then I was gonna read it like in one sitting. So unfortunately I didn't get a chance to read it when you first sent it out. But Thanos issue number 1, this was one of the biggest letdowns and one of the biggest trolls I think I've ever seen in a Marvel comic. Because Drew,
Written by
what
one of
was
the best trolls of all time.
or maybe one of the best trolls? Because yeah, Drew, you had said, you'd mentioned in our group text, you were like, Thanos isn't in the book, and we're like, haha, yeah, right. Like that happens a lot at Marvel. But then you read this book and you go, oh my god, Thanos isn't in the book. It's unreal. So yeah, what did you get? Did you even read it? Or take
Yeah,
the time?
I
to read
did.
it? Oh, you did. Okay, all right.
I did, and like I remember, because we're not kidding when we say this. When you're reading like the first several pages, actually probably closer to the first 15, 20 pages of this,
Yeah.
you're like, what? Why are we in Fresno? Why are we focusing on this goth waitress in a diner? What is this?
You have
Am I
to
being
like,
punked?
yeah, you have to look at the cover again as you read. Like I looked at the cover and I was like, am I reading the right book? Like, is this the? Am I reading this right? And it's the right book. You are reading it correctly. Yeah. Sorry. Continue. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. That's it. I mean, and by the time you get to the end of it, if you do make it to the end of it, you're like, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
I mean, it's you see Thanos in a total of 3 pages, and I want to say panels probably closer to 2.5 panels. But then this quote unquote new Illuminati, I could not care less. They show up. Is because this is being sold as the new Illuminati show up. Who cares? I don't care. Yeah. And this was, like you said, the biggest troll that this dipshit Christopher Can't Write Well has ever done on the pan. This is a total bait and switch, complete bait and switch. And how Marvel agreed to publish this, shame on them.
Oh, see, I think Marvel intended it for it to be that way. Nintendoed it to be. Yeah, I think they commissioned some guy to do a fantastic Thanos cover, and then just got Christopher Can't Write Well to be like, you got a spare script around your office that you could write? Yeah, I got one about this this random young goth girl who's just kind of at a miserable job with miserable employees and hates her life in a miserable place. Yeah, we'll use that for our Thanos book.
Well, let's make her lame and gay.
Yeah, I am stunned. Kyle, what did you think about this?
For a second, when I started out this book, I'm like, am I reading a Ghost Rider story? What's the girl with the dragon tattoo doing in a fucking book now?
Yeah, wait a second.
Literally looks just like her. And I'm like, why is she a waitress? I'm like,
it does.
Okay, I guess we're going with this now. She's more important than I thought. And then I was like, oh no, never mind. And then I'm like, surely Thanos will show up now. Thanos will show up now. Thanos will show up now. No,
keep turning those pages and say,
okay, Thanos will definitely show up now. No. And then we get new Illuminati, and then she is like, I know all of you. You're all so amazing. And you're so-and-so, and you're so-and-so. And of course, the black guy's like, you probably don't know who I am. And she's like, no, I know exactly who you are. You're like my favorite because you're amazing and black. And see, I'm not racist. And then it just dissolves from that. And I just, the fact that Christopher Can't Write Well, I'm like, I expect nothing less than stupidity from him. And he continues to destroy every character and everything he touches. And this is just yet another one he has destroyed.
You're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. I mean, the only thing I will say is maybe he didn't destroy Thanos in this one because Thanos really isn't in the book all that much, but he definitely destroyed his presence.
But that's how he destroys them. See, that's how he lays the foundation.
Yeah, there you go. He just doesn't have them in their own book.
Exactly.
I like.
Isn't that funny? He's on the cover and he's not in the book.
It's like 4D chess. He's playing
Yeah,
4D chess.
all he needed was a dead Tony Stark in a gutter somewhere, caught up with heroin, and still saying how pathetic and useless he is.
Hell yeah! I mean, that's what everyone wants to watch or read with their Tony Stark Iron Man books, right?
It's funny. I like it.
Yeah. So Thanos is in 4 panels of this book. So Drew, I know you said I think you were saying like it is 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I think I might have counted one extra because I was like giving him the benefit of the doubt, and I was like, okay, maybe I'll count this one too. But if you see this book at your local comic shop and you pick it off the rack, legitimately look through it, and you will count 3 to 4 images of Thanos. That's it. And I don't even think he has dialogue.
No.
One thing.
I think he says one thing and that's it. In a book that is titled Thanos with this cover with 40 pages, it's a double-sized issue. So it's a number 1. It has twice as many pages with 40 pages, and it's what, probably $6 or something. Okay, $5. In a book that is titled Thanos with this cover, you cannot only have 3 panels of Thanos in it. That is unbelievable.
That's not even 1%. That's not even 1% of the book.
No, yeah. And that's what's so funny is like people would normally think, oh, they're 3 pages out of 40 pages. That's not a lot. No, not 3 pages, 3 panels.
Yeah,
it's even worse.
But he's on his throne. He's like flying through the air on his throne,
which is like the last page of the entire book.
Yeah,
and then everyone's like, "Oh,
he's sitting down and he's like mad."
Yes,
he's here now.
Very inactive villain. That's what we want. A very inactive, passive villain sitting on his ass, going through space. That's what we want.
I'm gonna find the girl with the dragon tattoo and I'm gonna kill her. It's like, no, you're not, because she's a female character. But nice try, though.
Yeah, which was the other question I had in this book, because the book obviously clearly centers around this teenage goth chick named Roberta, who's like from nowhere. Well, I shouldn't say nowhere. She's from Fresno, California, of course, California. But she's like a deadbeat with a awful cashier job at a shit store with like terrible coworkers and she like has this pathetic life. And then for some reason, the Illuminati show up and they're like, you are the key to everything, and Thanos is searching for you. And if we don't help you right now, everything, the universe could be destroyed or whatever. And she's like, but I'm a nobody. And I was like, well, at least you and I both agree on something. But
yeah, you are nothing, and you're useless and pathetic.
You are very useless and pathetic. In my Thanos book, this is 37 pages of Roberta, goth girl at a shitty job. And then we maybe get Thanos at the end.
She condescends to Iron Man when Iron Man's like, I'm Iron Man. She's like, I know who you are, obviously. It's like, it would be like, can we kill her now, please? Like, can I kill her before Thanos does?
Oh no,
Iron Man's like,
went off accidentally. No.
Oh no. Yeah, he's like, wait, we're supposed to save this girl? Debating that one now.
It's great.
Wow, what a nightmare this was. I cannot believe that this was actually published. But then again, it is 2023, and nothing ceases to amaze me anymore. So.
Well, Christopher can't write well. Anything he touches is gold, and you can't put anything he writes in a drawer. It's got to be published.
Anything he writes on a napkin
is gold.
Anything anything he thinks up in a dream, he's like, yeah, this is this needs to be canon. This needs to be in my comic.
You don't even need an editor. You're perfect. Go right ahead.
Yep. Go right ahead. You know what I'm going to go right ahead with?
Come on, everybody, skip it.
I keep forgetting that I need a rip it clip, because I would have absolutely ripped Thanos.
Yes.
Would you have ripped Punisher?
No, because it's such a nothing burger. You just forget anything that ever happened.
Yeah,
Let it go.
I agree. I think if I were to, yeah, I would just skip Punisher because it's that inconsequential.
Yeah.
It doesn't even deserve my effort to tear it. So.
Exactly. You just there should be a skip it, a rip it, and a forget it. That's
Ooh,
what
yeah, or like, yeah, I like it.
forget it.
Forget it. So I think I only have two more that I read. I read What If Dracula and Fire and Ice, and I want to save Fire and Ice for our
Oh, the grand
last
finale, eh?
our little dessert, our cherry on top of
Oh,
the shit
wonderful.
stain smeared week. No.
Big tamale, huh?
Yeah.
I did read Creep Show.
Oh, you
Tried.
did? Okay, so I read, or I looked through this very quickly, but
Oh, it's stupid. It is so stupid.
the first story is about like being bored.
Yes. Called Eternity, Eternity, Eternity. That's a title.
Yeah. Creep
Okay, so
Show
real quick,
number
I have not.
3.
I did not recognize a single name in that cover.
No,
I have no clue
No.
who they are.
you don't.
Well, actually, I think we've heard of Zoe Thorogood.
We have.
I think she's done something.
Other than Creep Show?
Yeah, she did Life is Strange, guys. She did Hack / Back to School.
You're just saying words. What the fuck does that even mean?
I could have sworn Department of Tooth, DC Pride. Oh, come on.
Wait, this is stuff she did?
Yeah, these are all books that she's done. Ice Cream Man, it looks like.
Bullshit.
Maybe
What?
she was an editor.
No, she
Yeah,
happened to be in the room when people were working, and she was like, "Put my name on that."
Oh, did she do a cover?
Oh, she's an artist for
Oh,
that.
she's an artist.
So, but wait, I thought she wrote. Hold on, let's go back to Creep Show. I'm sorry.
Did she
I'm
write
ruining
and
this.
illustrate story?
Writer, artist, letterer is what this says. So for Eternity, 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 she wrote, did the art for, and lettered that entire story. At least that's what this is saying for the creators.
Wow. And it's so stupid. It's just a nothing. Like this chick lives forever and then eventually dies. It's like, well, what's the point? Like, what's
She
the catch?
died,
What's the
Kyle.
catch? Yeah, but it's like, but what? What's the what?
It doesn't matter because she died, Kyle.
But she's like, her arm is decaying, and she tries to like
Yes.
cut off all her body parts to see if she can die. But
Yeah, it's
then,
like things keep happening. Like she found this thing, the way to live forever. Then, like the longer she lives, she realizes, okay, I can't replicate this serum to make me live. So then I get infected with some bug virus, and there's bugs in my arm, and then my arm falls off, and then I'm still wandering the desert for a millennia, and then these people think I'm a witch. They burn me alive. I'm still alive. Then they think I'm a god, and then so I have all this burned skin, and I have no arm, and then I live even longer. Then I become part of a robot thing, and then I cut my own heart out, and then it's like I'm trying to kill myself.
Off subject, I just got alerted to this new property that's being published from DC Comics through Amazon. I'm sending you guys a link to this. You guys are gonna be. You guys are gonna be. Yes.
Just in news. Breaking news.
Oh, you're gonna be blown away by this. Trust me.
Oh boy. You know who is doing a lot of blowing is my man Flaccid Phoenix. What's up, buddy? Happy birthday to you, Devil. Semper Fidelio. Crayons on me. Thank you, sir. Hail to you. But yeah, Drew, if you want to send it in the
text chat, I sent you the link to it.
Oh, okay.
It's going through. There we go.
Oh, wow. Oh, I thought you were going to send us something that was shit. No?
No.
That is shit.
Wow.
Shut up, Kyle.
No Jim Lee.
What is what? Why do I have a picture of your dildo in our group chat?
That was what we called out for EOD.
That's I thought that was your dumbbell. I thought that was
Oh.
a dumbbell that you use, or your dildo.
Wow, that's what got it everyone on the news and got IMPD and everybody else to shut down downtown Indianapolis.
It does look like a pipe bomb, though. So
Yeah,
or a dildo,
or both.
Yeah, I'm getting news directly from my link in Hollywood. I cannot stand when people are like, "Well, my contact," and I'm like, "Do you really? Are you really just, or are you just kind of saying that?"
My source.
My source, yeah, my sources tell me.
Source
The
says.
art right says, "I'm not asking for a handout, but why the hell does this no talent Zoe get paid to draw and I don't?"
Because you're not stunning and brave.
That's a
Yeah.
great question. The art right. Do you have the right pronouns, the right politics, the right gender, the right skin color? If you don't, then that's why. So,
Have you called a legend in the field a Nazi or a racist or a sexist? Because if not, you're not doing your job right.
that's a good point. If you can get notoriety from calling other legends in the industry racist, sexist, bigots, misogynists, especially if you do kind of that whole Me Too movement, like if you're involved in that, you can definitely get a job. So
True.
which is sad. I mean, I'm joking, but at the same time, that's how a lot of these current creators have gotten their jobs, is through slandering the names of other creators. So
Yeah.
what was the second story in this one, Kyle? That one also seemed kind of weird. It was on a ship with a kraken.
Yeah, so it was a boat and a guy that apparently stole this diamond, and this guy's like, "Okay, I need you to take this diamond. We got to go somewhere." And then it's like a double cross story of this guy thinking he's doing this job, and like, okay, I'm gonna steal this gem, and we're gonna get paid. And all right, and the chick that's his wife is working for me secretly, and and then out of fucking nowhere, a giant squid shows up and attacks the boat, and they think they get away, and it's just like the raft, where then they get on the beach and they're like, "Oh, we're safe," and then it kills them. It's like, what the
he gets the diamond. He gets the diamond in the end.
Yeah, but like a giant like what? Like that? What does that have to do? Where's the irony in that? Like that's just stupid. I don't understand. It's like I don't understand. They weren't cutting to like a news source at the end and saying, "Oh, well, you gotta watch out for over here. We got some giant squids out here. You better be careful." It's like you didn't get in the raft where it pans over to the sign where it says "No swimming." It's like you get that. It's like you need that last like, oh, that it's like that's funny or that's clever, that's ironic, that's interesting. It's like this is just stupid. It's somebody that's like on way too much coke or something, and it's just I don't get it.
I don't know, Kyle. It's giant squid sounds pretty freaking awesome to me, especially in my creep show book. That sounds pretty rad. And
that makes perfect fucking sense. Yeah.
yeah.
By the way, there was no bowling alley or bowling or anything. I don't know where that came from.
I was gonna say this looks kind of funny, where he's using the head as the bowling ball and the pins are legs. Yeah, that's funny.
Cool image.
Yeah,
makes no sense.
No, I cannot tell you how much of a letdown. We've now read 3 issues of this new Creep Show series. Everyone has been just awful.
Yes.
Dumb, lazy, boring.
Not ironic, no twists, no funny, interesting things, no fun kills, no like over the top deaths, like nothing.
The only one that truly shocked me and made me go like, I'm gonna be sick to my stomach, was the first one by Garth Ennis, but that one was so over the top and pandering over your head. I was like, Jesus, man, this is awful. This is horrific.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
But that was the only one, and it still was like, okay, this is terrible.
Bad.
Now, did you guys read the Tomb of Dracula?
Yes, it was really stupid.
Yeah, Drew, Kyle, I'll let you guys run with this one. I'll be right back. I'm going to run to the restroom.
Yeah, so there's one compliment I'll give. It's to Marv Wolfman, because he was going on Facebook and he was promoting this himself. And you know what? Good on him. Because not many creators do that. He was out there talking about, hey, go pick this up. And I'm like, oh, crap. Marv Wolfman's back in the game talking Tomb of Dracula. So naturally, I'm excited. I go to pick this up. I'm reading it and I'm like, where's the big what if twist in this? What's really different? What is really the big difference? And that doesn't really happen until the very, 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 very end. And it's like that's it.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, there's nothing unique or really different.
No, there
about
was no
that.
crazy what if. I'm like, isn't this kind of paint by numbers? Are you just treading water until I'm like, where's Blade? I'm like, what is going
Where's
on?
the real big twist? There really wasn't a big twist.
No, nothing that deserves a what if. It wasn't like, what if Blade is fat, overweight, has diabetes, and can't take on Dracula or something? Like,
Yeah.
it wasn't
What if there was no Blade? There we
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, what if he
You'd be
dies?
stunning
What
and
if
brave.
something else- Yeah, it's like, no.
Yeah, I didn't understand the large what if, like, so for example, I remember reading a what if issue where what if Wolverine fought Conan, and that is a huge change because essentially it was during the Phoenix saga and Wolverine had been like thrown into like a portal, and during that whole saga, and then we see him show up later and in one of the X-Men issues, but we don't know what actually happened to him. And so the what if story was, what if he got transferred to the Conan fantasy series and he fought Conan? Another one was, what if Silver Surfer got the Infinity Gauntlet instead of Thanos? That's a cool one. That's one of my favorite ones. This one was like, what if Dracula bit Blade, but he's already half
Yeah.
vampire?
He's already a
Like,
vampire. It's like, you're making him more of a
Would it-
vampire?
yeah, would it make him stronger? I was like, what? Yeah. But you're right. I do commend Marvel Wolfman a lot for promoting this book because fuck, Marvel won't do it for him. So
What was the reason? Because it's dog shit.
And not just that, but other creators won't get out there and promote their own stuff. A lot of them just don't do it, don't know how to do it, won't do it. But Marv,
Well,
yeah, good for him. But the
Yeah.
problem was, like, it was a very bland, just who cares? There's nothing what if about this.
Nope.
I don't even know if I can call it bland, man. It was almost kind of like the art was okay. The art was mediocre. I think the art was
Yes.
bland,
But
but
it was okay, yeah.
but the plot was really what lost me.
If the cover, if this cover was the artist on the interiors, this would have been. I probably could have said meh, but because the art was so shit on the interiors, I can't. This oh look, I'm not going to hide it. This is a skip it for me because just how underwhelming and how disappointing it was reading this.
How long is that book? It felt like it was like 70 pages.
Ooh, I like that. Hold on a second.
Oh,
Wait,
yeah,
hold on. Whoa.
Ah,
Now we're talking.
doesn't happen.
This book was only 36 pages,
Oh,
so not
shit.
even a full 40.
double that.
Not even a full 40. Now, this is what's so sad is like, how can I pass on a Marv Wolfman book? How? That's impossible, you say. But no, unfortunately, I do also echo your sentiments, Drew. I think I have to skip this one as well. It was
Skip it.
not, yeah, it was not there for me. Or as Randy would say,
It's definitely a no for me, dog.
it's a no for me, dog. It's a no for me. Oh no, sorry. Wait, did I read that wrong? It was 40 pages. Did I say 36?
Yeah.
What book was I on? That's weird.
I don't know.
Maybe I read it incorrectly.
Oh,
but
well, I still felt longer than that.
yeah. Yeah, especially because Harker was having Dracula follow his blood and not Blade's blood because Blade's blood was diluted because it like generationally.
Yep.
Like that yeah. And then
You got it.
who
That's exactly,
were
yep.
the friends of, like, the friends of Blade? And it's like, oh, it's like a guy in a wheelchair. We got like Mrs. Van Helsing and another guy. And I was like, are these people from his past? Like I read some of those old Blade comics, and I like the retro glasses and everything. That's a cool look, but I don't know if that team is like canon or if this was just introduced for this book.
What Marv should have done is to maybe just do a what if, like what if Blade was never born? That's a one. Two is that what if in the opening of this book, Dracula straight up, like in the cover shows, he just straight up kills Blade, and Blade just is not stopped at all. Dracula isn't stopped at all, just takes over the globe, and I don't know, go from there, figure out your ending from there. But like
what if Blade's mom lives and she becomes like the queen or something, and he has to find a way, he has to kill his mom? I don't know, something. It's like literally 1,000 different what ifs that are better than this. He becomes a vampire. It's like, isn't he?
Yeah, that was, and I think even in the solicitation, it just says, "What if the legendary Dracula transformed Blade into a vampire?" And I was like, he's already like pretty much a vampire.
Yeah.
He's got all the strengths of a vampire and none of their weaknesses. That's even better than a vampire. Why would he like? Why? Oh, just never mind.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. It's a skip it.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
I think they came to Marv Wolfman and they were like, "Hey, can you do this for us?" He's like, "Yeah, sure."
What if I make a character already a character, that character? It's like, huh.
I think that was their pitch to him. And he was probably like, "Can I do something else?" And they're like, "Nope."
Nah, we don't have the time.
I wish we could. Slavic, we did cover Transformers issue 2, and I gotta say, my friend, it was by far my pick of the week. So
I don't know about that.
you'd choose Poison Ivy over Transformers?
I had more fun with Poison. I had more fun with Poison Ivy than Transformers for sure.
No, you did not.
I did.
Thank you, Kyle.
I did.
Holy shit! You guys are both conspiring against me tonight. Wow.
I gotta call it like it is. I wouldn't lie. I had more fun with Poison Ivy.
I am shocked. Like legitimately, I'm speechless. I cannot think of. I mean, I liked Poison Ivy, but to say that it beats out Transformers,
Yeah.
Broke his brain.
Hey, that's me having a slab up there that's now worth jack and shit. So trust me.
Well, yeah, I mean,
it pains me, but
no, we all knew that was coming. But like, say you buy, this Poison Ivy issue 16, and you're like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna get it slabbed. It's such a good book." That's gonna hold its value for even less than your Transformers book.
maybe.
I am stunned by your choice of top picks this week. Ugh. I
would even put Superman 78 over Transformers 2.
Bro, now you're just trying to make me mad.
I'm telling
no fucking shot. No shot. On art alone, Transformers beats out Superman 78. Art alone.
Yeah, but I gotta look at the totality.
No. No, you can't do that. No. I'm sorry. I won't allow it. Not on my show. Not on my stream. Stop the show. Stop the vote. And we come to the end of our show tonight, to the end of our broadcasting with Fire and Ice issue number 3. And I messaged these guys in the group chat and I told them this may actually be, and I know that we've said this a lot on this show, we say it a lot on our live streams or whatnot, but I truly think that this may be one of the, if not the worst comic book I have ever read. I had to take an Advil after reading this because I had a legitimate splitting like migraine from the nonsensical, chaotic nature of the bombastic, random writings of a fucking lunatic. What was your thoughts about this? Because I have mine ready to go.
The narration is over. There is no narration. It just jumps from person to person to person to person talking.
it was mind-boggling. It was baffling, the amount of just chaos in this book. Now, I think you could say that it may be intended. I get it, because they're trying to show, oh my God, everything, it's kooky, it's crazy, everything's on fire, right? Because Jimmy is trying to, he's like there and he's about to write a news article. And wouldn't it be so funny, guys, if everything just keeps getting messed up? Oh, shucks.
That's my
And it's
life.
like,
I can
oh,
relate to that.
yeah, right. I can relate to that. No, it was, this was brutal. Yeah, what other thoughts do you guys have? If you have any at all, unless you guys are just like, I don't even have the energy to talk about it.
It felt like someone who thinks they're the funniest fucking person on the planet. They're relaying it to their friend, who's also their editor, who will not critique what they do and say, like, isn't this fucking hilarious? And they're saying, girl, this is fucking hilarious.
Oh my God.
And
Yeah.
this is what happens when you have two dipshits, probably 3 or 4 together, who think they're the funniest fuckers on the planet, that think everyone has the same sense of humor as them, when they come to realize, oh, our sense of humor is shit. We aren't funny. And who this is going to appeal to amounts next to Jack and shit. And Jack left town.
Jack left that. Yeah. It's, I truly, even for people who think that this is for them, read this and this will feel condescending. Like, you'll be like, oh, this sounds fun, and it's like cutesy pie, and I think I'll read it. And then you read it and you'll be like, this was the most condescending shit I've ever, like, no, I do not like this. Even people who thought they would do not like this book.
There, like I said, there is no real streamlined, straight narration. It just jumps from conversation to conversation to conversation. It really reminds me of that She-Hulk 50 special, where they're really at that book club party, where it just jumps from conversation to conversation to conversation. It's once again another person who thinks she's the funniest fucker on the planet, and there it is.
It feels like the writer is schizophrenic. Like, it feels like she has thousands of voices going on in her head at one time, and just has to get them down on a piece of paper, and is just like clamoring for something to write this down, because it's just like it seems mentally deranged. It's all over the place. It's a fucking
and
mess.
not just that, Max. The art right brings up an interesting comment. The cover looks like a poster for something low budget, and that speaks to the creativity and the imagination of this fucking team. Just how low stakes, unimaginative, uncreative, boring, and stupid and lame this comic book series is. There's no imagination here.
No, it's the plot, quote unquote, if you could even call it that, is Jimmy Olsen shows up to the hair salon, which Fire and Ice both own, or like live in / own.
You just said those words out loud. Like, you said that.
I'm being as good. Like, I'm being as good faith as possible, right?
That's a thing.
That's a thing.
It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, what has my life become?
In a superhero DC comic book in 2023 that we are reviewing as grown men. No, you're right. I said those words, and I will say more, because the plot, like I said, quote unquote, is that Jimmy Olsen is writing a news article about the salon, because Fire has introduced all of these criminals, these ex-convicts, to the salon, and she's trying to get media coverage for attention. But in order for her to do that, she has to utilize all of these villains as a way to manipulate Jimmy into thinking that this is a second chance, kind of like a halfway house type of thing for these criminals, so that they can be rehabilitated and then given back into the world. That that Fire and Ice are going to make them heroes instead of making them villains. I think specifically in the book it says that it's a second chance program, and just chaos ensues, because each one of these quote unquote villains is just a moron, and nothing makes sense, and they're all just going insane. There's a whole bit about cats. There's a bit about this woman who's like a cannibal and she's trying to make pasta. There's a bit about a World War II villain who's like talking. I could, and then the sister to Gorilla Grodd is cutting the hair of a hot man in a wheelchair, and she screws up. It sounds like a nightmare. It sounds like a literal physical nightmare that you wake up from, and you're like, "Oh my god, what just happened?" You can't explain this book rationally, and that's me being as good faith as possible, like legitimately trying to be explaining this as in good faith, but.
This isn't a comic book. I don't know what this is. This is the
No,
this is the writings of a person that has gone insane,
Yeah.
and they think this is funny. This is what life is like. This is what all of our friends sit around and talk about because we're all fucking pathetic and have no lives. It's just
Yeah, it's like I said, it shows you just how boring and bland, unimaginative these creators are. It shows you want to see what a boring person is. Here you go. There it is.
Yeah,
right
There it is.
This book is for nobody but themselves, and they're like, "Oh my god, a slice of my life. Everyone can relate to this." Ha 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 ha. It's like, no, you're a fucking psychopath.
Yeah.
They can't write. This is
Oh yeah, no, can't write.
Makes no
Cannot
sense.
write.
This is that, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then.
Kyle, it's funny you mentioned that. Sorry, Max, real quick.
No,
It's funny
you're
Kyle
good.
mentions that because in a video that on the channel Film Threat that Chris Gore put up, he
Mhm.
showed Trey Parker and Matt Stone at a film studio for writers, and they're in the classroom with the students. I guess they surprised the students; they didn't know they were coming,
Oh,
and
wow.
they're talking to them just how they go about doing like an episode, how the new guys come in, and they effectively said, if you're presenting a script for an episode, and you're saying, and then this happens, and then this happens, you're fucked. You don't have a story. That's not how you do it. It's terrible.
Yep. And that is this book. And then this happens, and then this happens. It felt like a barrage of just like shit of like fireworks in your face. Like if you're epileptic, you will have a seizure with this book because it's just shit happening and you don't know like what's going on because it's so chaotic. And like you said, it's just one thing after another that's just, and then this, and then this, and then this, that has no through line or no cohesive plot or cohesive tone. It's totally fucked. I'll say that there's a bit in this where there's like some social commentary, right? But basically, there's a bit that the girls are saying, "Hey, we need some of you guys to be hairstylists," and some of the girls are like, "Well, that seems pretty sexist that you want us to like do hair or whatever." And they're like, "Just do it, just for us, right? Just because Jimmy's here and we need this place to look nice. We need this place to look good. Jimmy needs to write a great article for us." And so then, literally in the next panel or the next page, there's this villain called Maximus or Max or something. And he's like, "Nah, fuck that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to get involved with your worldly squabbles or whatever." And Ice goes over to him, and in one of the most sexist, condescending, pathetic excuses for dialogue and conversation, she goes over to him and treats him like he has mental issues, like he legitimately is retarded. She goes over and she goes, I need help with something very important, like to Max." And he's like, "Oh, well, what can I do for you?" And she completely manipulates this nitwit into helping her because, of course, men will do anything for you, right? So this is how they manipulate so many men and take advantage of their good-willed nature, because men tend to want to help women with things. And so it's only natural that they write that Max just needs to lift this sink And then Ice just goes, "Yep, just lift the sink up for me because you're such a big, strong man." And he's like, "Well, I am pretty strong." And he just fucking lifts the sink. And then they're like, "Okay, just hold that for the rest of the time. Don't get into trouble." And he's like, "You got it." And you're telling me that that's not the most fucking sexist, pathetic, line of dialogue or conversation with two people? I was I was bewildered at the fact that they put that in there. Actually,
And,
no, I
like,
wasn't. It's not.
But also to cut hair, you need that's a licensed occupation. You can't just cut hair. So even the basic, simple premise of this, it's like you can't just be like, "Hey, you guys are gonna start cutting hair now." It's like you can't. It's not
Yeah.
legal. You get shut down in 5 seconds. Like you can't even get that right. This is a classroom full of special needs kids. That's all this is. It is just
Yes.
absolute chaos.
Yeah. It really no. Actually, I know special needs kids that are smarter than this group of fucking jabronis.
Oh yeah, if they're high, I'm talking about low level, like, the lowest of
Like,
level.
Yeah, we're talking like special needs kids who would say these people are fucking retards. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
like I volunteered for a Special Olympics event, and even those kids would probably look at this comic book and be like, "These guys are fucking retarded."
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Some of them were hysterical. I substitute taught every Wednesday. I would be in the special needs classrooms. I love those kids. Those kids were awesome. I had
Oh,
such
they're
a fun time with
awesome,
them.
dude. Yeah.
So they were so great. Now others, you gotta be careful what you say or what you wear because they'll just beat the shit out of you for no reason other than the fact that you're wearing something blue. But
they're strong. They
oh
are
yeah.
strong.
So that's sometimes in the classroom when you'd walk by, that's what this is. You would just see shit being thrown, people yelling. It's like, yeah,
Just chaos. And at least
Chaos.
those kids are like having fun, and they're like they don't know any better, right?
oh,
These are like grown ass women that are writing this, and that are and in the book, in the actual plot, they are grown ass women, and they're acting like they're not even children. Like I said, children and mentally challenged people act better than the characters in this book.
yes.
I realized that while I was taking my notes, I was only halfway through the book, and I was like, okay, I'm done taking notes, because I had like an entire page of stuff of just like, okay, this happens, and then the cats come in, and the cats ruin the robot. And remember the robot who likes pie? Well, he's
Yeah.
back, and he also has more pie again. And I was like, fuck me, dude. This is absolute nonsense.
It is. And then you got the guy with the brain on his butt. And let's talk about that because he has two brains as his is.
No. No.
It's
Ugh.
cute.
Oh, and don't forget that the hot wheelchair guy, he comes in and he's like, "Hey, what's going on, ladies? I hear this is a great establishment or whatever." And they completely over sexualize him. They have like a panel of his like arm and his face, and he's like, ripped.
Oh,
And
yeah.
like even the Gorilla Grodd sister, she's like, "I saw him first."
Yeah, it
And
was
they're
like,
"Oh yeah, no."
aren't you a
it's cool to-
lesbian, trans,
Yeah.
something? Like, I don't know. You look fucked up. You look like somebody that cuts hair, ironically. It's like, that actually tracks. So,
I'm sorry I have taken so long on this book, but it's seriously, like I said, I had a headache. I truly do not know how it could get worse from here, and yet I know that that's a self-fulfilling prophecy, and issue 4 is just going to be even more nonsensical and nightmarish. I can't do this anymore. Like I seriously almost tried to decide, like, do I just not do the show tonight?
this book could get people to never read comics again for the rest of their life, or for people like us to be like, I can't do this anymore.
No, you're right. Like, if you just want to, like, if someone's like, the comic book industry is fine, or like, guys, like, these books aren't that bad, I'd just be like, 1 second. I'd pick up Fire and Ice issue number 3, and I'd just give it to him, and I'd just go, "Can you read this? Just read it.
Yep.
That's all you need." And then they They'd read it and then they'd give it back to me and they'd just be like, "I'm so sorry. You're right. You're right.
We're fucked.
You can't. We're fucked. We're fucked. You can't not read this and think that there is something unstable and mentally wrong with this entire industry and how these books are being made right now.
Yeah.
It's pathetic.
Shame on DC for putting it out.
They probably champion this shit. They're probably the ones who love it the most, you know?
They're too terrified to say anything about this, and they're just like, have fun.
Yeah.
Do whatever you want.
Do whatever you want. We really do not care. I think the only reason why this isn't as bad as Hawk Girl, dare I say it, that hurts, is because at least no one really cares about these characters. At least I don't. Fire and Ice are really cool. Sure, I'm sure they had their really great era in the Bwahaha era with the JLA, right?
Yep.
But for the most part, I couldn't give two shits about anyone else. Whereas Hawk Girl, they're like every issue is ruining Hawk Girl's like legacy, and that to me is shitty. So.
Well, now the thing what made the Bwahaha League special was that every character was written differently. They all had different goals, motivations. The goofballs were more or less Booster, Blue Beetle, and Guy. Those three were and Rocket Red mainly to an extent, where like those were the goofballs. You knew what to expect. But with this one, they're all written like exactly the same dipshit. They're all the same character.
And you know what's funny, Drew, is that both Fire and Ice blame Booster Gold and Blue Beetle for their issues. Because if you remember, Fire is in the bathroom crying, and she's like, "I'm a failure. I just wanted attention." Yep. And I'm like, "Yep, yeah, no, you're right." And then Ice is like, "No, maybe you were hanging out with that Booster Gold and Blue Beetle guy for too long." And I was like, "Oh, blame the men on your fucking failures, you pathetic losers." Oh,
fair.
I felt like I needed a straight jacket after reading this.
Yeah, the only reason I'm putting this worse than Hawk is because at least Hawk Girl, there is a villain. I don't know what their fucking name is. I don't know why they're a villain. I don't know what they're doing. But there is one. Here, this is, I don't know.
No,
it's
who
is the villain? What is the villain? Why is the villain? You don't get any of that.
Zero. You know what? You know, the sad thing is Hawk Girl might actually get a bump up as well because it has actually pretty good art.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Like the covers actually have pretty good art. I think the interiors aren't bad. You know, like the dragon, the last issue was very, very well drawn. I hate to say it, but yeah.
But they're still on the Titanic. It doesn't matter.
It's like
you'll die
guys,
last. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's like, hey guys, we found another life raft. It's like the ship is already at the bottom of the ocean.
We're raising the deck here. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Congrats though.
We're fucking dead. Like,
keep playing the violin though.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh man. So this is the biggest skip it of maybe the month. And we're not even 2 weeks into November. I mean, we still have Hawk Girl issue number 5, I think, that comes out next week. Like, there's still a lot of shit to go, but this one was truly, truly awful.
This is one of the worst books of all time. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't wait for it to show up on our best and the worst of the entire year when we get to do that in in December. So, yeah. That's going to be fun. You guys are going to love it.
You need lots of alcohol for that one.
Oh, bring your whiskey, bring your beer. We're going to need it. We're going to need it.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
You know what? But let's get back to a high note here. We've got George Dimitropoulos for $2. George! He says, George! He says, hi all. He says hi all. Thanks again for the $2, George.
Else, did he say
oh, did he? I don't know. I couldn't read.
He
Maybe
said
the
something.
the two was block. Oh, do you want Kyle? Do you want to read that?
Hi all. I think is that Kyle is right. Kyle
Kyle
is
is
right.
right. Oh my gosh,
Whoa.
Wow.
George, what is Kyle right about? Is he
everything? How about
right
that?
about? Too funny. What's up, bitches? Says Josh. Josh, how was the Marvels? Was it everything you
Marvels?
hoped it would be? The Marvels. Oh yeah, no, you think we're joking. He really is just the hot wheelchair guy.
That was
I
for
wish
you,
I was
Josh.
joking.
That one's for you.
There you go.
Oh, Max,
This-
I
this-
think I found your
this book is
favorite book for January next year. It's coming out.
What is it?
Marvel Meow #1.
Yes. Oh my god. Kitty cats.
Kitty cats.
Meow.
They got kitty
Oh,
cats.
wow. Look at that. Look, they've got Black Cat. They've got Black Widow. I don't know who the top one is, but they have Captain Marvel.
They just
Look at
Winter
the
Soldier.
cats.
That looks
that's
like Winter
Winter Sol-
Soldier.
Yeah.
Girl Winter Soldier?
Could be a female Winter Soldier.
But I love the cats. You guys know me. I
Yep.
love the kitty
Yes,
cats.
you do. It's an easy lay for you.
It's a layup. They designed the book just for me. So
Really?
we also have Josh for $5. Thank you, my man. Love you, brother. Hope you're doing well. He says, "Happy birthday, Marine Corps. Happy Veterans Day weekend. Thank you to all who have served Red Friday." Amen. Thank you, Josh. Yeah, I think I like to say I served our country a few years back, and now I'm serving you guys by reading some of these books. No, I'm kidding. we are doing an unthankable job here. That's
Yes.
all right. That's
There is no
part of it, man.
comic book reviewer day. There's no remembrance of that.
Nothing for us, unfortunately, but that's all right. But no, seriously, Josh, thank you so much. And chat, you guys are awesome. Thank you for all your love for Veterans Day and for the Marine Corps birthday. Both of those holidays probably mean more to me than my actual birthday, like my actual birthday. Marine Corps birthday and Veterans Day to me are much more. I don't know. They're just more special, and I feel like they have much more of an impact. So yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate the love. Mark Loves Angels says it's sad. This is what happens when there's no real editors with standards, and that's kind of starts with them, right? Like they're the gatekeepers in the best sense of the word, not in they can be the worst sense of the word as well, but they are supposed to be the ones that are holding the fort when this
Editing
shit.
things
Yes,
out.
editing. Yeah. When this shit gets to their desk, they need to be the ones saying no, we can't publish this. We're not making this.
Yeah.
Oh well. Josh says it was marvelous or something like that. They had kitty cats. Yay!
Well, there you go. It's recommend for Mac.
Yeah, and that means I need to go see it, right?
Yep.
They have the Flurkins, all the kitty
Yeah.
cats. It's my favorite. Remember all those kitty cat variant covers that we saw a couple of months back? So
Remember the 7-hour live stream Marvel did on YouTube with all the cats? Yeah.
8. It was 8.
8.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I watched all of it. It was my favorite thing Marvel has done today.
Of course you did.
So, yeah. The Art Right says, "Great show tonight. Thank you to all the veterans for protecting our freedom." Thank you, man. I truly do appreciate that. So, now, if you guys have some time, do you want to look at the comics for next week? Because I hear that
We were
there's some
promised
bangers.
big things.
Yes.
That's what I hear as well. So if you guys want to stick with us just for a little bit longer, we'll go through some of these books. Already, Batman and Robin. What is happening in this book?
It's a mess. The art's a mess. It's
Yeah.
We get shush.
we do.
Oh yeah. Shush.
It's funny.
Shush.
I like it.
Oh, that's right. We get Dino Doom.
Yeah.
Dino Doctor Doom.
I know Dr. Doom.
That's right. I forgot about that. Are you guys going to read Fantastic Four or no?
I have to.
It's the show. It's for the show.
It's good not to.
Right? Green Lantern 5, where Sinestro is trying to get his ring.
But he left him before. He just up and vanished. Now
Yeah,
he's
he
back
just kinda-
again.
Yeah.
Huh.
Daredevil has been on and off. It's been interesting.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can't say whether I like it or not, though.
Yeah, it hasn't been terrible. It hasn't been great. It's been okay. It's just it's like, with some minor adjustments to the story, it could be great, but
Yeah.
it's not.
It is one of those ones where it's like, just if you put some tweaks in there, or it's like on the verge of like, you're almost there. Yeah. It's like you want to just like, shake it or fix it
Yeah.
and be like, it's
You had half an idea and you needed somebody smart to come in and be like, here's how you finish that other half.
yes. Yeah. Like, here's a concept.
Yes.
Great. Run with it. But then the execution is like, it's not there, my dude.
Yep.
Yes.
Is she
Look
taking
who's on
over
the
finally?
cover.
Hey.
Emasculate him. Yes. I love it.
Yes.
Yes.
Take over.
Take over as Ghost Rider, then go fight Thanos.
So first we had her on the bike, right?
Yeah.
And him being dragged behind.
No, don't leave me behind. I love you.
And now she is big mommy, gigantic,
Just holding that big stick with that one hand. Look at that piece of wood. Is that what that is? She's holding that wood.
That's what it looks like.
Oh
That's
yeah.
what I see. And in the other hand, he's simping for her as she's holding another man's stick.
Yeah, it's like, I love you.
Yeah, he's burning with passion.
I burned for her.
And after a night of ecstasy, I burn for her, much like the burning I would later experience. Gonorrhea. I have not been reading The World's Finest Teen Titans. But,
Nope.
All right.
No, the art's terrible and the story no, it's not there. And I love Mark, but he really just he just can't write kids that well, unfortunately.
I mean, that's fair. Hey, Gunslinger again. Will it be any good this time? Will the story be any good?
Well, the last issue wasn't bad. It was okay.
The art was different artist. It was fine. I liked the artist, but the story,
can you see if Brett's on this issue, or is he off again?
Back?
He's off.
Oh, Dexter Soy's back.
Dexter Soy is back.
Dexter Soy boy. All right.
Dexter Soy took over on issue 25, which, like I said, I liked the interior art, but I mean, my God, was that story last issue was just Gunslinger Spawn is morally devoid of any type of good intentions. He's just he's become full villain mode now at this point. So
yeah,
which is great.
Jean Grey 4. This series has been interesting for the most part. I liked it.
Great. It's gone downhill from issue 1.
I was about to say I really liked 1.
Yeah.
This is shit. Blade is just shit.
No, Blade isn't shit. It's okay. It's okay. Blade's okay. Blade is okay.
I initially thought it was okay. I even gave the first book like a meh or a recommend, I'm pretty sure. After reading 2, 3, and 4, I was like, I am so done. This is a hard no for me.
But what if he was a vampire?
What if he was bitten by Dracula and became more of a vampire? Yeah. That's a good question. Superior Spider-Man #1. Are you guys going to read this bad boy?
Yeah, I'll check it out. See what Christos Gage can do. Oh, I'm sorry, Dan Slott. Sorry.
Right.
Is that who's right? Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking heaven.
Well, I'm joking. Christos Gage was picking up for Dan Slott because he couldn't finish his jobs. That's why I was saying Christos Gage.
He's so busy.
Yeah, he has so much time to spend on Twitter. Christos Gage has to just take over for him. And because Dan Slott never actually makes a deadline. So
no. Hey, it's the Marvel way.
I guess
Mhm.
so. Really tight ship they're running over there at Marvel there.
That's
The new Marvel method.
The
Yep.
Marvel method. Have you guys been reading? I know we were talking about Venditti earlier, but I would really love to read this series. I just know absolute zero about Sandman.
There's a song about Mr. Sandman.
Oh,
I don't think
By
I
a-
finished the first issue. I don't think.
yeah.
Nobody gives a shit about it, unfortunately. He's a cool looking character, and it's one of those characters I wanted to learn, but I don't care. It's like, no.
Now wait, is this Sandman song you're talking about? Is it made by a hack metal band that was never as good as Pantera, or
Yeah, that's the one.
yeah, that one. Okay. I Metallica's fine. They're fine.
Fine.
First 3 albums, amazing, fire. That they defined a genre. After that, fuck, who knows? They often never land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The most overplayed, overhyped song in the history of metal. Yeah. Oh well.
You don't know good music, just like you don't know good art.
Oh,
Jim Lee listens to that in his office while he's
As he's drawing shitty artwork of
amazing artwork.
yeah.
That's just
as
a
he's
banger,
copying a Batman
banger.
sketch from 5-10 years ago to make another one. Yeah.
He is
Well-
the Metallica of the comic book world.
You know what Daniel Warren Johnson is drawing Transformers issue number 2, which is gold. He's drawing this to Pantera because he knows actual music.
That
And
was
knows
more
that,
Carly Simon, just kind of light rock. Like, yeah, I'm trying to get in the feels. I'm trying to
Neil
emote.
Diamond or Neil, yeah. Gosh dang. This one I am actually really looking forward to. This first issue was freaking
Yeah,
dope,
I went back and
man.
read issue 1. It was creepy as fuck. That conductor was
Right?
scary as all hell.
He looked like Ice Cream Man.
He did. It was creepy.
But like how the art changed between like Nightmare World and like
Yeah.
Peter's fucking dope. So
Great.
and this cover is amazing.
I love that cover.
So yeah, I am Saladin Ahmed. Damn, dude. I normally don't read his stuff, but like whatever he's doing here is crushing it right now.
Yeah. I'm a fan.
Juan Ferreira. Ferreira Rocher.
Wow. Love Ferrero Rocher.
Black Panther, no. Vigil, no. Star Wars, no. Big Game. Hey, here we go. Big Game comes out next week. The finale. Calling it now. Pick of the week.
Wow.
Pick of
Okay.
the week.
On a shot.
Ooh, actually, hang on a second. Wait, right next to each other, Geiger and G.I. Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure you want to
And
stick with
Speed
that?
Force #1. Yeah.
What's
The
it?
Deviant #1 from Image?
Speed Force #1.
Yeah.
Speed for what? What are
That's
I hear
G.I. Joe
you
right
guys
there.
saying? I hear you guys saying words, but I don't know what you're.
These are real books coming out.
Yeah.
Deviant. What?
I don't know what it is.
And Mandalorian season
Speed
2
Force?
#6.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh,
see what happens?
Oh, look, it's Baby Yoda, guys. It's Grogu. He's on the cover there.
I recognize that character.
Yeah,
He's a thing. I know
Um,
that thing.
I know. I remember him. This is actually going to be dope. G.I. Joe. This is the Larry Hama one. Fuck
Yep.
yeah! Look at
hope
this
so.
cover. I'm really hoping good things from this, but
Yeah, I mean, the one disappointing thing is that Andy didn't do the interiors. He got him on the cover. It's like,
ooh.
okay.
Well, they don't have the money to pay Andy Kubert. Come on.
You got Daniel. Well, never mind. Okay, yeah. Shit.
They can only pay one, and plus DWJ is doing. He's with Skybound money. You know, he's not doing like. I don't know. Well, actually, no. The GI Joe is in Skybound. What am I saying? So
Yeah.
maybe they could.
They could cross over. You could do it.
Yeah. Hey, I've been looking forward to Geiger coming back for a while. I really like this series. I know you guys didn't enjoy it as much, but
It's gonna be a letdown
you think so? How so?
because that's all that Jeff Johns has been doing. It's all talk. You can't back up anything he's done, and it's
wow.
this thing is gonna whimper out. I like the character. Character design's great. You got Gary Frank, obviously, OG, but like everything he does, it's like again, cool concept, great thing. You're at the 30,000 foot level. It's great. When it comes to actually executing it, you got nothing.
Hey, Kyle, I'm gonna say is at New York, they were all over the place up there. They are projecting huge things, not just things, huge things with Geiger in this universe.
Well, yeah, I mean, why would you go out and promote dog shit? It's like you have to go out and say it's good.
Well, I mean, maybe you could say, yeah, because I was going to say you could probably hype up other stuff that you might think is better, but yeah, you're never really going to come out and say like, well, this project of mine was not my favorite, but like this project, I think you kind of have to say that each one is special in their own way. I don't know.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, Junkyard Joe, just for whatever reason, that really pissed me the fuck off.
it left. I understand. It left a bad taste in your mouth, and it's part of the Geiger universe. So it's like, is that the last thing you want to leave off on with Geiger stuff?
Yeah.
So
well,
yeah.
And the whole twist with Geiger that his family was dead the whole time in the bunker. It's like, no fucking shit. I knew that with issue 1. Why do you keep dragging this dog shit out where we already know? You clearly have no story.
No, they didn't drag it out. They gave it to us in like issue 2, and I was like, oh, okay, that was quick.
I thought it was like issue 3.
No, I thought it was, well, either way, if you want this thing to be like a 10, 20 issue series, having his motivation, because that was his whole motivation. The only reason why he was surviving in that universe was because of his family. And then you take away his motivation, then you're like, oh, so they're dead? So it's like, what happens now? I don't know. But the universe of like having a Las Vegas, like all these Las Vegas, like different factions, right?
Yeah,
you have like
casinos. That's your story, not this.
That's cool.
The story is those characters in Vegas.
Yeah. Like you've
That's
got
fun.
The castle, Camelot, right?
Excalibur,
sure, yeah. King Arthur, all that bullshit. No, I'm kidding.
Same thing.
Yeah, same thing. No, I love that whole aspect. Was cool. You had like the pirates, and you had the mobsters, and you had like knights in shining armor. I was like, this is your story.
Yes. So, not a mopey guy wandering around knowing that his family's already dead and been dead.
But he can be intertwined into these different factions, right? So he can be our protagonist that we follow. But
no. Pass.
But yeah, so I don't know. Maybe G.I. Joe and Big Game. I think Big Game is going to deliver, but I also want to really like G.I. Joe. So we'll see.
Well, we have Pete Famoko on Star Wars, so that's going to be my pick of the week.
Oh, good call. Good call. I mean, both. You can't go wrong with both Peach and Star Wars. Come on.
Correct.
Both are fun.
Home run every time.
Home run.
We got Cap Wolf. We got another Alien #1.
Well, oh my god, Jesus! There really are a lot of books that come out next week.
They got 3 issues, and they already went to #1 again.
No way, they went to a fucking #1 issue.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Declan Shelby. Hey. Who? Everyone will hear you scream. In deep space spins a world infected by most people. Why? What? Who? What? When? Yeah.
Are those aliens underwater? Oh, that's different.
That's different. That definitely deserves a #1 issue, right, Kyle?
Indeed.
You know what? I am. You know what? I will say I'm a shill. I'm interested to see what Cap Wolf delivers.
Me too. Hey, Silver Surfer Rebirth. There you go.
Yes. This awesome cover, Silver Surfer Rebirth issue #3. I'm excited for that. Cap Wolf. I'm not necessarily excited, but I'm interested to see what happens.
Yeah.
Will you be reading Alien #1? That's the question.
Yes. I gotta laugh at it.
Yeah, because it'll be another issue where there's no dialogue.
I hope so.
That would be pretty funny.
It'll be a quick read.
Yep. I don't know any of these other ones. Hey, Earth Divers, you could read that one again.
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah.
Oh, Tom King's Animal Pound comes out. I forgot
Oh, you
about
going to
that.
Pound Town?
Oh no.
Going to
Pound Town
Pound Town. Okay.
with Tom King. You mean more pegging?
Yeah,
Nice.
I like it.
Rocketeer.
That story is just absolute trash.
Ministry of Compliance #1. What? Rumpus Room.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. Sounds like a romp. Yeah, and then we get into the real niche stuff that's
Gritty. When are we getting the Harriet Tubman World Police? What the fuck was
Oh,
that?
World Police. No, it was Demon Hunter.
That's a Demon
Slayer. Yeah, Demon Slayer.
Or Vampire Hunter. What was
World Police. She's like fighting all the Black Lives Matter cops.
Yes.
No, that came out like a week or two ago.
Oh.
At least issue 2 did, but
Damn.
no one cared.
Was that the Three Stooges versus Cthulhu?
What?
Wait,
Here's
what?
Cthulhu, Death May Die.
Scroll up. One more.
What are you talking about?
Go up. There.
Oh my god.
Oh my-
It actually
Oh my
is. Oh my god. Comics are saved. Comics are
God.
saved.
I almost have to read this to see what happens. I gotta
know.
read this.
I really
have to.
hope I gotta find this.
Yeah.
How can you even buy this? Like it's published through a company I've never even heard of before.
American Mythology? No, they were handling Zorro and other like public domain characters.
No way. Okay.
Yeah. And Night of
American
the Living Dead.
Mythology.
Night of the Living
Yeah,
Dead.
Night of the Living Dead. Yeah.
Fright Night, Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Wow. All books I've never read before.
There's something.
Hey, I remember this issue this series from Top Cow, Siphon. I actually like this series.
Yeah, Jeffrey Edwards did the interiors.
Yeah, it actually looked pretty dope. And it was a cool concept. This guy who can only take pain away from people and use it as like energy. I thought that was interesting.
Huh.
And it's, I was about to say, well, it's Top Cow, but if I were saying that 20 years ago and I were like, hey, it's Top Cow, then maybe it would mean something. But
Fair.
damn. Yeah, that's a boys, we're gonna have a lot of books to read next week.
A lot of different variations of books. It's a lot.
A lot of mixed feelings. I have a lot of hatred, but also a lot of love.
Yeah. I did read that Ash versus Army of Dark, whenever the fuck that book came out. I forgot about that. It's
You did.
really not that good. Very
Was
bad.
it a rehash of the movie again?
Shockingly, no, because
Issue 1 was.
Yeah, issue 1 was a literal lift of that, and
Yeah.
that's what made it at least somewhat readable and fun, because they were just taking dialogue from the movies. This one, though, on the other hand, it's all new shit, and it is terrible. Lady bosses galore.
Ooh, my
It's
favorite.
just hardly any it's like Ash is barely in the book, and it just it doesn't make any sense.
It's gonna be a no for me, dog.
Yep.
But it's not a no for me. My man George. For $2 once again, he says, Max, what is your favorite Pantera song? I would say I'm Broken. I used to listen to that shit on repeat in the gym, or it's Basic Bitch, but Cowboys from Hell. I mean, it's so good. I used to play bass to them as well. So
Slap at the bass?
Slap at the bass. I used to slap at the bass. Slap at the bass, man. You got to do it up here. Can't do air bass down here. You got to do it up here. Yeah, much better up here. He's like slapping his thumb against his tongue and then yeah, no, it was funny because I would like listen to Pantera and Misfits And as I lay dying during the week, and I'd play bass to them, and then like that weekend I'd go and play for my church band bass, and then it'd be like one note the whole time. You're just like, okay,
Jesus is
But-
one. Jesus. Is
Jesus. Elaine is like, Jesus.
You stole my Jesus bitch.
Yeah. And the Lord said on this day, yeah. Jesus is one. Jesus is like some random song they just made up for the show. So I have not read Red Sonja, the art right. I mean, I've read multiple Red Sonja books in my reading lifetime, but I've not read the most recent Red Sonja book that's out. It's tough because it's like they I feel like they want to dive into that trope of like, hey, she's a girl and she's better than all the guys, and all the guys keep telling her like, you'll never do it, and she's like, you watch, you bet your ass I will. And it's like, we get it. Like, I would prefer her to just be a badass strong female warrior and not have to be like all these guys continually just like underestimate her. It's like, yeah, we get it. It's the same Captain Marvel thing, right? When all the pilots were like, you're just a girl, you can't do this thing. It's like that they do that with Red Sonja all the time, and it's like, no, she's
true,
way
though.
more. What?
It's true.
Oh, is
I
it
don't know.
World Finest coming out this week too, or no?
That's next week.
Oh, next
Sorry.
week. Oh, okay.
Yeah. God, that would be a jam-packed week. World's Finest and Big Game and
be too
G.I.
much.
Joe. Yeah. I'd be changing my underwear way too
yeah.
often. But hey, Wonder Woman 3 comes out with World's Finest, so at least we have those two to juxtapose each other. But yeah, no, I guess in terms of if you guys were a betting man, what do you think is going to be your top pick for next week?
I'll say big game.
I hope it's
Okay.
big game.
I think that's a safe bet. But yeah, I hope big game. Well, actually, I think big game will be my top pick, but I hope it's G.I. Joe because I really want that series to be good.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'll be cracking these boxes open soon. So yeah.
Ooh,
Find out.
can't wait. Stay up late tonight and tell us. No, I'm kidding. Drew, did you back Sean Gordon Murphy's Zorro book about his lesbian sister?
I was going to, until I started hearing reading the articles and hearing about that. I'm like, nope, I am out.
Yeah, it's tough because he's like, he clearly has a vision for this Zorro book. It looks beautiful, but then I feel like he also is trying to kind of not pander to that crowd, right?
No, he is. He
He is.
absolutely
But
is. Yeah.
But I don't feel like that's a genuine, like, if he had created this storyline like 20 years ago, cool. But doing it now just feels so much more of like, come on, man. It's the whole put a chick in it and make her gay. Like, it's just the trope now. But
He's appeasing to a group of people who came after him, and it's like in the past, in the case like Magus Visaggio and the others, came after him.
Yeah.
And it's like, you're mean. It's like, why would you appease these people who don't like you? I don't understand.
who not only don't like him, but probably want him dead, who want him out of the industry,
Yeah.
who don't want him to have a career.
They're not reading your book, at the very
No.
least.
Sure as shit not. They don't have the money to buy his book. Yeah, that's the thing. So,
And I
what about-
think a bad taste was left in my mouth personally from plot holes. I got that. It's like that. Everything that happened with that book and all his shit with that. It's like, I think he has decided, I'm going to play the safe route. I'm going to put this in here so that way they can't come after me for this reason.
yeah.
So he's going to take one less thing off the table. Now, the book could be dog shit and everything else, but like, at least for that, he can't be like, well, they can't go after me because it wasn't diverse enough.
Yeah.
Even though it's
Oh,
like, but Zorro takes place at a time where that wouldn't have been a thing.
In Mexico.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Did you not do any research for this book at all? Any history? No? Okay, got it. Cool.
And that's the tough thing is like when you try to appease to that type of audience, you're always going to be wrong. No matter what you do, it's never good enough. And so
Yeah.
that's why it's
You're
like,
gonna be wrong. It's never good enough. Why did you do that?
Yeah.
Why did you do that? Why did you do that? It's like,
And that's why,
why
but that's
try?
that's the beauty of working with someone like Zorro and like a lot of these directors like Robert Eggers and some of these other guys. It's like I choose to do historical pieces so that way they can't go after me because of this, because it's not historically accurate. So I can tell stories about straight white men doing things because that's how it was in the past as far as history. So they're safe. So you would think him doing Zorro would be like, I don't need to put any of this crap in here and you can't come after me because it's how it was historically.
Yeah, historically, completely. And even if they wanted to say, oh, well, this wasn't diverse enough, you could fall back onto,
Yeah.
I just wrote this for the time period.
Yeah.
That's it. Right. Yeah.
And that's the way to get around it, as opposed to being like, no, I'll insert it in here too because I don't want people to get mad at me for that. It's like, no, you're stupid.
If you wanted to appease that audience, that's
If you
the way to
wanted
do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
But if
being-
you
being
don't,
wise
then-
and found foolish. It's like you were just looking strictly at right now. It's like
Yeah.
not smart.
Yeah. Were you going to back this one, Kyle? Were you
I was
gonna
going to.
buy
There's
the-
some really
yeah.
awesome covers. I'm like, he almost had me. Like I had it in a cart. I was ready to check it, and I'm just like, I'm gonna hold off because again, plot holes. Like I backed and I felt like I got dicked over with that, and I'm just like, I don't know. And then I heard that all these rumors about the book, and I'm like, I'm out.
It's pretty incredible because I will say I commend him for actually mentioning it on Perch's live stream or Perch's interview. Because if he didn't mention it, could you imagine how many fucking people would have backed that book? He was at like $300,000 for that
Yeah.
book, right? Imagine how many people would have gotten that book, read it, and been like, "This isn't a Zorro book." I cannot imagine the amount of backlash that book would have received if he didn't preface it as because he didn't on the campaign.
Nope.
Like,
There's
on the
nothing
campaign,
about
it's
that.
all Zorro.
It's all Zorro,
So-
all the awesome covers, and it's like that's all it is.
Yeah. So yeah, that could have been really bad if he did not mention it in that interview.
Yep.
Fear says I was gonna back it, but then I forgot and got distracted backing Unholy Nightmare. And then he puts an emoji of Gideon. Hell yeah, Fear. I love it. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that, dude.
Definitely cheaper than that Zorro book to back.
yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure.
That was expensive. I'm trying to think the one cover I liked. I'm like, this was going to be not super expensive. I mean, but not cheap by any stretch of the imagination.
Sure. Well, I was having a dilemma that was really tough. I think I was telling you guys maybe on Max's Man Cave or I forget where it was, but I was talking about ISOM, the new ISOM book, Alpha Core just came out. Chuck Dixon, I'm there all day, baby. So I go on the website. I'm about to buy the, cover A, Chuck Dixon. I'm like, with shipping, it's fucking like $40, $45. I'm like, I can buy Chuck Dixon's Conan book for like 20,
Right.
I don't know. But, and then I was thinking about it and I was like, well, let me see what my budget is for this month or this, whatever. And I look at Kelly Jones's book. And Kelly Jones has a hardcover, 96 pages or 106 pages or something. Kelly Jones art, Dracula, Vlad the Impaler, and it's $45. Come on.
Yep.
I'm going Kelly Jones all day, but I do want that Chuck Dixon book, but it's like for another $40, man. That's a lot. That's a lot of money for just a single issue book. That's tough.
And I'm completely turned off on the Ripperverse. Those two books, overspending on those books for what I got, I can't back it anymore. I gave him 2 shots to at least tell a somewhat coherent story, and it just wasn't there for me. And so I'm not going back. I can't.
Yeah.
It's not worth the money.
I understand. I think what hopefully what will happen, and because I love Ripa a lot, and I think what he's doing is leaps and bounds beyond what a lot of other comic creators are doing.
Mhm.
But I'm hoping that what happens is like he gets enough capital and enough revenue that the creators that he gets to pay and the universe that he gets to build can then be released with cheaper subsequent issues so that people can then back those who may not have a ton of money for $40 books every month. Because if you think about it, if he does release another ISOM product every month, dude, that's $40 a month for a single issue. So
I don't care if it's
a lot of
400
money.
pages. It's not worth it. If it's 400 pages of crap, I don't really care about. No, make it a good 24-page book. Like,
Yeah,
because
there you
it's
go.
longer doesn't make it better.
Yeah, yeah. So, but here come all the Twitter people. No, I'm kidding.
I still like him. Still a great guy. Very charismatic.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
happy that he's doing it. Congrats on him. He's fucking killing it, and he should. Good for you. I can't monetarily back it
right.
until it gets better as far as storytelling, covers, art in general needs to be pumped up a little bit. It's like,
Yeah.
and it's fine. It's okay. He's just starting out. It's not like I didn't expect it to be perfect.
Oh yeah. And even Mark he had sent some issues to Mark, and even Mark Millar was like, "Hey, this is a really great, it's a fun book. It's a great little universe he's got going. I'm really looking forward to what he brings out next." So yeah, there are people who are in the industry right now who are reading this book and saying really good things about it. So, but for a lot of people, I know fiscally, it's maybe not in the books right now, but I think that's why later issues or subsequent, issues or copies or whatnot, hopefully those can be a little bit cheaper.
Yeah, and if you get
and
good
better,
team
yes.
editors, it's like guys that have been in the industry forever, EVS and all these other guys in Comicsgate. It's like they've been doing this job a hell of a lot longer than young Ripa has, and it's still difficult for them. So it's like you got to give him some leeway, and I understand. It's like he is just starting out. A lot of those guys were just starting out. It's not very good.
No,
and they admit it. And it's like it takes a long time to understand how to write a comic book.
And I think what'll most likely happen is if this Chuck Dixon book is good, I may switch over and just start collecting Alpha Core, right? And I think there may be a switch because if people like know that they're going to get a quality book with Chuck Dixon, they'll probably just, if financially, if they can only back one book, are they going to choose ISOM or are they going to choose Alpha Core? So
that's true. That's a good call. Yeah.
And then Yaira comes out as well. And so people are going to have to start discerning where their money's going. But this is kind of to your point about plot holes, Kyle, was Slavic one was saying there's a super pandering panel in the second issue, and he kind of stopped after that. So
yeah, I understand. I got the hardcover. I waited forever to get that hardcover, and it's like it. Oh,
yeah,
it's got plot holes for sure.
Plot holes. The art right says history involving white people is problematic. You're telling me we've been hearing it for the past decade now that we are problematic. So
yes, we are.
Slavic says $49.07. So pretty much $50 for me to buy the ISOM books. Oof.
I hear you.
A lot. Yeah.
It's not worth $50. I'm sorry, it's not.
I mean, the Art Adams book was 60. You know what I mean? And this thing is like gold. This is I want this signed. I want this remarked. It came with like printings of the original art that is signed by Art Adams. Like, come on, these prices are brutal if you're comparing them to other crowdfunding projects. So
yeah.
The Fear says that's the most bizarre thing because ISOM had that sale for his volume #1 not too long ago to ship those maybe $6. Common America is like the same size issues, but they come out in hardcover and it's 15, I think, with maybe 10 shipping. Aaron Lepresti has started fulfilling his second Wraith of Go. Ooh.
Yep, today. He started today.
Yep.
Interesting. Well, then, boys, you know what that means. Once we read it, we'll have to review it on the show.
Yeah.
We're going to get them on here. Hold his feet to
Ooh,
the
yeah.
fire.
We should get him on here and then berate him why it's not diverse enough. No, I'm
Oh,
kidding.
I can't wait. Yell at him.
No, yeah, it would be great to have him on. We could talk to him about the book, ask him about his, what some of the decisions were, how he felt about some pages or some storylines, or
Mhm.
that would be a lot of fun to get his insight,
yeah.
artist insider.
I'll ask him. I even told him we're gonna have you on after we discuss it and rank it and everything, and he said, "Oh,
Yeah.
I'm excited."
We'll get the director's commentary, if you will.
Yes.
So.
Mm.
Well, I think that will do it for tonight. I think that'll call it. Thank you all for all your amazing super chats. Thank you guys for the discussion in the chat. Happy Marine Corps birthday to all my devil dogs, all my Teufelhunden out there, and happy Veterans Day to all those who served. I know that'll be tomorrow, so enjoy your time. Spend your time with your family, your loved ones, in the greatest nation of all time. And yeah. I thank you guys for your time and for all of your, what's the word I'm looking for? All your love during the Marine Corps birthday and Veterans Day. It means a lot to me as well. So, but yeah, Drew and Kyle, you guys got anything before we dip out?
I'm gonna say check out this little campaign called Unholy Nightmare. So I was gonna suggest.
Yeah, buddy.
As we were just talking about with overpriced crowdfunded books, you can get everything. You can get a bang for your buck. And what's great about this campaign, especially this week, you can get everything from as low as $5 for PDF to $10 to $15 to $20, $200, however much you want to spend. Yeah, and we have affordable prices for anyone's budget. And what's great is that this week, especially coming at week 2, is that anyone who backs the campaign, anyone who backs it, you're going to be entered into win 2 pieces of original art. Another one. This is the second week we're doing this. This is a new one from Aurelio. He did the Recluse mid-transformation. And I have one from the second comic book story I ever wrote that was published.
That is some wild. His transformation art is beautifully grotesque and horrific. I love it, man. So yeah, no, I'm sorry. I meant to bring this up earlier on in the stream, but I just had your original campaign up. But yes, definitely take advantage of this. This will be awesome if you guys win original art from either Dolan or Aurelio. So
yeah, do I have to say that for free? It's for free. You just have to enter back the bracket, and you're entered to win a free piece of original art.
It's free real estate.
Yeah.
So free real estate. Hopefully someone in the chat gets that reference, Tim and Eric. Other than that, Kyle, you gotten anything before we take off?
Nope.
Sweet. Easy peasy. All I will say is, once again, happy birthday to all my Marines out there. Happy Veterans Day. Transformers was the book of the week this week by popular demand from everyone. A unanimous, resounding yes. Recommend. Please go pick up Transformers issue number 2. That is the book of the week that you guys need. Once again, thank you guys for hanging out with us on the weekly comic wrap up. We'll see you guys next week for the big game finale, G.I. Joe issue number 1. Come on, how could you not love those amazing books? We will see you guys all next week for that. Thank you again for watching, and have a good rest of the weekend. Take care.